have never blown a 2-0 series lead in his entire 23-year NBA career. After the game, LeBron said, quote, listen, it's one game. You give credit where credit is due. They played well the last two games, exceptionally well, and we've got to answer the call. It's time for LeBron to answer the call. Because I'll tell you what, if LeBron James, and I know it's a team sport, and I know Luka Doncic hasn't played this series, and I know Austin Reeves didn't play in the first 4 games. If LeBron James and the Lakers become the first team to ever collapse and blow a 3-0 lead in a series and lose, it'll be a bigger stain on his career than his NBA Finals record. Let that sink in. If LeBron James and the Lakers blow this series from 3-0 up and become the first team to ever do it, that will be a bigger stain on his career than his 4-6 record in the NBA Finals, which most people like to point to and say, that's why he'll never be the GOAT. And I don't think, look, the Lakers aren't winning the title this year. If they somehow were to win the title, I still don't think LeBron is the GOAT over Michael Jordan. But the debate, the margin gets thinner. At 41 years old, helping to lead a team to an NBA championship, to an NBA title, he'd be within striking distance of Michael Jordan for the greatest player of all time. But if LeBron and the Lakers blow this series from 3-0 up, that's the biggest stain on his NBA career. And the GOAT debate is finished. It's done. Forget about it. If the Lakers blow this series from 3-0 up and anybody ever again tries to tell you or me that LeBron is the greatest of all time and LeBron's career is better than Michael Jordan's, laugh in their face. Because this will be the first negative thing that gets attached to him. Not his record in the NBA Finals. That's really all there is. Not the ring chasing, joining the Miami Heat, right? If you want to talk about that, LeBron had to leave Cleveland to win a title. MJ stuck it out, battled through the 90s in the Eastern Conference, and then finally went on the tear, absolute tear, twice with the Chicago Bulls to build probably the greatest dynasty we've ever seen in the NBA. LeBron, ring chaser. That's a stain on his career for a lot of folks. Blowing a 3-0 series lead in a series where Kevin Durant has played one game and was brutal in the second half of it, that'll be the biggest stain on LeBron's career. 3-1-0-8-4-0-49-10. And it'll affect his standing amongst the game's all-time greats. Like I said, the GOAT debate is finished. And if LeBron and the Lakers blow this, I think the argument is to be made that Kobe Bryant's career is better than LeBron James. You cannot do this. You cannot blow this series. This would go down as the biggest collapse in NBA playoff history. 3-0 up against a Rockets team where Kevin Durant can't even play. 3-1-0-8-4-0-49-10. So that's what's at stake for LeBron James. And he's been mostly great in this series. Game 4, again, 41-year-old coming off of playing 48 minutes in an overtime game and then having a turnaround 2 days later. LeBron had a poor game in Game 4. I wasn't shocked by it one bit. He's played mostly great in this series otherwise. LeBron's got to finish this thing off in Game 6 tomorrow night. Simply has to. Simply has to be the guy that scores 25 to 30 points, gets a double-double, hell, maybe even a triple-double. That's what it will have to take for LeBron James to finish off the Houston Rockets. No relying on Austin Reeves. No relying on Rui Hachimura. No relying on Marcus Smart. Certainly no relying on DeAndre Ayton. LeBron James has to lock in and take out the Houston Rockets. You cannot blow a 3-0 lead. You cannot be associated with the first ever 3-0 blown lead in an NBA series in playoff history. And that leads me to my last point in this topic of conversation, the Lakers and the Rockets, 310-840-4910. Just getting going here. Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. What the hell is going on with Kevin Durant? I mentioned to start the show here, he's already been ruled out for Game 6 tomorrow night with the bone bruise and a sprained ankle. He had the bone bruise in his knee that he suffered in practice leading up to Game 1. Then he apparently sprained his ankle in that second half in Game 2, where he was brutal. Scored 20 points in the first half, and then scored 3 points in the second half on 1 of 5 shooting. 5 turnovers in that half, a career playoff worst, 9 turnovers for that game. Didn't play Game 3 and wasn't even on the bench for Game 3. Was apparently getting treatment, was in the underwater treadmill, and you had his teammates after the game saying, oh, I don't know what's going on. No idea. No idea what's going on with him. Game 4, doesn't play. At least he's on the bench. Last night, doesn't play. He's on the bench. Already been ruled out for Game 6. I mean, he can't even try and give it a go. A sprained ankle? Can't even try to give it a go. Can't even try to go through another 24 to 48 hours of treatment and see if he could be a game time decision on Friday for Game 6. Not even a realistic, not even a remote possibility. There's not even a remote shot of Kevin Durant being able to play in Game 6. It's that bad when he played through Game 2. I'm not saying Kevin Durant is faking an injury. And Kevin Durant played, 76 games this year? I don't think Kevin Durant's availability has ever really come into question. But now, at this stage, with a lot of rumors swirling around and how the Rockets have won their last 2 without him, and their defense looks better without him. Maybe not the offense, but they're winning these games with their defense. Their defense looks better without Kevin Durant, and I think effectively the Rockets, they're probably better off without him. They probably are. Because again, I don't think he's faking an injury. He's not 100%. But is that the fear right now from the Houston Rockets? Is that the fear from Kevin Durant, or is it the fear from the coaching staff that if they put him out there tomorrow night in Game 6, he won't be healthy enough to play an effective game and he'll actually be hurting them? I don't know if this is he simply can't play. I think it's more he could play, but we don't think he's going to be very good. We think he's going to hurt us because he's not 100%. Because, again, I just don't understand. Game 5 ends last night, and Shams Charania comes on TV and basically says the Rockets have already ruled out Kevin Durant for Game 6. That's pathetic, whatever the reason is. And no matter how this series ends up and how the rest of these playoffs end up for the Rockets, and again, I do think they lose Game 6 tomorrow. I guess this narrative changes if the Rockets complete this magical comeback and then they play the Thunder in the second round and Durant plays, and whether they win or lose the series, he's great. And then it's like, all right, we're bringing back Kevin Durant. But if the Lakers win Game 6 in a game that Durant doesn't play, and he plays 1 out of 6 games this series, and the one game that he played, he killed them. He hurt the Rockets in the second half. How do you not trade Kevin Durant this offseason? How do you at least not attempt to trade him this offseason? 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. We'll get to your phone calls. We'll get to your texts, and you can tweet me at PatBoyle44 as well. Get to any tweets when we come back. And I'll also tell you why the Pistons win last night didn't convince me that they can come back and win this series. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Got into a bunch of good topics in the opening segment, all revolving around the Lakers and the Rockets series. Houston winning Game 5 late last night, 99-93. Do you think the Rockets can pull off the 0-3 comeback, become the first team in NBA playoff history to do so? I think they can, but I think the Lakers win Game 6 in Houston. I'll say this. If the Rockets win Game 6 tomorrow night, I think they'll go on the road and win Game 7, and it will be one of the biggest epic collapses that we talk about for the rest of time, for the rest of NBA playoff history. Think about how hard it is to win 4 in a row after you've lost 3 in a row to one team. And again, the circumstances. Durant hasn't played in the last 3 games. The Lakers just got Austin Reeves back for this last game. This will be the biggest stain on LeBron James' career if they blow this 3-0 lead. It'll be a bigger stain than his 4-6 record in the NBA Finals. It'll be a bigger stain than people calling him, associating him with being, starting the ring-chasing era. Superstars having to leave to join super teams and build super teams just to win titles. LeBron James is mostly associated with that. He, again, the super team he formed with with Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade in Miami. Think about all the big threes that teams then tried to emulate after they won their 2 titles in Miami. Blowing a 3-0 lead to the Houston Rockets without Kevin Durant would be the biggest stain on LeBron James' career. And then I don't know what the hell is going on with Kevin Durant. It's either the Houston Rockets coaching staff or it's Durant, who has a fear of not being good enough, of not, being healthy enough to contribute and be impactful. If they put him out there, they've already ruled him out for Game 6. So I can't imagine how infuriated Rockets fans are with Kevin Durant, who looked like he was one of the big reasons why another team that he was on was going to get sent packing in the first round. Like what happened with the Phoenix Suns 2 years ago, and they didn't even make the playoffs. He sunk that franchise, and the same thing with the Brooklyn Nets. We had some other great games last night. Again, we'll take your phone calls, 310-840-4910. You can tweet at me at PatBoyle44. We had some great games earlier last night as well. One we were on the air for, and I gave you an instant reaction to afterwards. And now that I've sat and thought about it here for 24 hours, the Detroit Pistons win last night didn't convince me at all that they can come back and win this series. Down 3-1. They win last night at home to make it 3-2. They've got to go on the road tomorrow to Orlando and win that game on the road against the Magic, and then come back home for Game 7 and win at home again. You talk about how impossible an 0-3 comeback seems. Coming back from 1-3 down also rarely happens. Rarely happens. When the Pistons, this is the same series from 2003, same scenario. Pistons were the 1 seed in 2003. The Orlando Magic were the 8 seed. And that was the first of 7 times that NBA teams have come back from a 3-1 deficit in this century. It's only happened 7 times. The Denver Nuggets were the last team to pull it off in the bubble in 2020. They did it twice that year. Two straight rounds, the Nuggets came from 3-1 down. And last night, a win is a win, you could say. I disagree. I think the way the Pistons won, where they went up big, finally had a great first quarter, and they were up by as many as 19 points in the second before that evaporated down to just 6 at halftime, built another double-digit lead in the third, and the Magic got it down to a 1-possession game with a minute and a half left to go. And fortunately for Detroit this time, Cade Cunningham stepped up in a big way and closed out a W for them. But the Pistons barely hung on while nearly blowing another massive lead. Like, that was looking like your classic 3-1 down, backs against the wall, dominant win at home. And Detroit Still had to sweat it out after being up by 19. Last night was a tremendous, tremendous battle of two of the future top stars of this game between Cade Cunningham and Paolo Banchero, two former number one overall picks. Cade Cunningham with a Pistons playoff franchise record 45 points, while Paolo Banchero also had a career playoff high 45 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists. But you know what the difference was? And you know why I'm confident the Magic go home and win game 6? The Magic only lost that game because they were abysmal from the free throw line. Orlando was 16 for 30 from the charity stripe. 53%. The Pistons, 28 for 35. 80%. There's your difference right there. 14 missed free throws for Orlando compared to 7 for the Pistons in a 7-point game. I think these two teams have been so, I wouldn't even say evenly matched. Orlando's been the better team. But the margins have been so thin that I just don't see how Detroit's going to win 3 in a row. I don't see it. Orlando has matched them bucket for bucket. They've gotten scoring help from their depth and their bench, and Detroit has gotten so little, and they've gotten so little help for Cade Cunningham, who has been asked to do it all. He's still not getting enough help. I mean, Tobias Harris, he needs to continue to be aggressive. He was good last night. He was great, 23 points and 8 rebounds. But I'll tell you what, Jalen Duren, 12 points, 9 rebounds last night, was a -3 in the box score. The only one of 2 starters to be negative in the box score, to get outscored when he's on the floor. And that's been the case for most of this series with Jalen Duren. I mean, he shouldn't be spoken about as an all-star if he doesn't step up in a big way in Game 6. And Game 7 if there is one. I know he is an all-star, and I know he played in the regular season like an all-star. He's been anything but so far in this series. Again, this is a guy averaged 20 points and 11 rebounds per game in the regular season while shooting 65%. In this series, Jalen Duren is averaging 10 points per game, 8 rebounds, and he's shooting 50%. It's a 15% difference. 15% difference for a guy that basically gets most of his buckets in the paint and right around the rim. So I've been waiting. We've been waiting the entire series. When is Jalen Duren going to step up? When is Jalen Duren going to step up? You know, in Game 3, he had 5 blocks. Other than that, he ain't doing much defensively. He ain't grabbing nearly enough rebounds. And he ain't being nearly aggressive enough on offense. And when he has the two games in this series that he's taken double-digit shots, he's averaging 35% from the field. That's brutal. That is brutal. So I just don't think that the Detroit Pistons are going to outplay Orlando 2 more games in a row when they've... Last night, again, it was set up for them to win that game by 20, 25, and they nearly blew it. I don't think they have the depth. Again, last night's game, Detroit's bench scores 18 points. I don't think they have the shot making. And yeah, you could say, well, Orlando hurt themselves with terrible free throw shooting in that game. I just don't think the Orlando Magic are going to miss 14 free throws in a game, at home tomorrow night. I think Orlando packs up the Detroit Pistons and sends them home tomorrow. And I think it'll be the first time, it'll be the 6th time in history that an 8 seed takes down a 1 seed. 310-840-4910. And then you got to ask yourself, if the Orlando Magic win this series, does that ensure that Jamal Mosley keeps his job? Because remember, in the play-in tournament, they're getting set to play the Hornets in, the 8 seed game. Loser goes home, and that's, what ended up happening with the Hornets. They lost. Magic crushed them. But before that game, explosive reports that Jamal Mosley was going to get fired no matter what happened, even if the Orlando Magic made the playoffs, and that there was an unidentified star player who was reportedly going to demand a trade unless the Magic fired Jamal Mosley this offseason. I would hope there's been a lot of reconsidering in the Orlando front office over the last week or two, because this team looks great right now. And not only do I think they're going to beat the Pistons, the Orlando Magic can absolutely beat either the Raptors or the Cavs and get to the conference finals. And then for weeks and months during the regular season, we were talking about, wow, trading, was it 4 or 5 first-round picks for Desmond Bane? Didn't look like it was working out. Franz Wagner couldn't stay healthy, and he missed the last game. He missed the game last night with another injury. His status up in the air for Game 6 tomorrow night. But now Orlando has put it all together finally at the last possible minute. So if they blow this series and they lose from 3-1 up, maybe Jamal Mosley gets fired. It would be hard. As many great moments as they've given you, it'd be hard to argue against it if they are looking for a change. But if the Magic win this series and they go to the conference, if they go to the conference finals, there's no shot you're firing Jamal Mosley. I don't care. If it's Paolo Banchero, if that report is even half true, if it was Desmond Bane, I don't care. If that player wants to demand a trade, fine. You got a coach that is one game away from knocking off a 1 seed, and you got a coach that could take you possibly to the conference finals. He keeps his job if they win this series. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Quickly here, just a couple of thoughts on this Cavaliers-Raptors series. Because that was a great game last night that we were, live for, as we'll be live for all 5 of these playoff games tonight. We keep you posted up to the very minute. Scoreboard updates, instant reaction, analysis during the games. Cavaliers use a fourth quarter surge to beat the Raptors 125-120 to take a 3-2 series lead, but was Cleveland convincing enough to make you think they win the series? And I think if there is going to be a team that has to win multiple games in a row to move on to the next round, I think it would be the Toronto Raptors. Because in my opinion, if the Raptors win Game 6, I think they will win the series and beat the Cavs in Cleveland in Game 7, solely because it'll be another cinematic moment of a James Harden elimination game. And I think when it comes to elimination games, it's death, taxes. When it comes to life, it's death, taxes, and James Harden absolutely blowing it in an elimination game for his team. I am hoping and praying that the Raptors win Game 6. And their offense figured it out. And look, Brandon Ingram, I don't know if he's going to end up playing in Game 6 back in Toronto. He's questionable. Left the game last night with right heel inflammation. I think that's an injury that he has pretty obviously been carrying here for this whole series, because he has just been flat out stinking up the joint. Exited after playing 11 minutes and scoring just 1 point. They've been better without him. The Raptors have been better without Brandon Ingram. And now if he doesn't play tomorrow, I don't think that hurts their chances whatsoever. I think Jamal Shed he's been dynamite off the bench. The way he brings the defensive intensity, the way that he was able to limit Donovan Mitchell to just 19 points, and James Harden, who got off to a hot start, and I think James Harden had 16 points at half or 19 points at half. He only finished with 23. The way Jamal Shed gives you 40 minutes of defense, that's irreplaceable. He played 34 minutes last night, scored 18 points, and had 7 assists. Like, the Raptors bench has been great. You've got a dog on defense. You got another dog in Colin Murray-Boyles. And without Brandon Ingram, I think the Raptors are just fine. I think they're going to win Game 6. I hope they win Game 6, and then I think they would win Game 7. One last thing here, too, because Dennis Schroeder scored 19 points, and there was a post-game clip of Kenny Atkinson in his press conference talking about how Dennis Schroeder and the Cleveland bench got on a roll for them late in the game in the second half, and he was getting ready to put back in Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley, and Donovan Mitchell said to him, he goes, no, hey, let these guys keep going. And Kenny Atkinson just listened to him. I'm sorry. Are you the head coach or not, Kenny? You're telling me because Donovan Mitchell said, no, coach, I don't want to, don't put me back in. Dennis Schroeder's cooking right now. You just listen to him? Whether that was the truth or not, I don't know. That's not something you'd want to admit. Because imagine if that backfired. I wonder if Kenny Atkinson would have told us publicly. They went on a 10-0 run. You keep Dennis Schroeder and the bench and some of the guys on the bench in there, and then the Raptors respond right back because you didn't put your starters back in. Like if it happened in Game 5, the bench gives the Cleveland Cavaliers a nice spurt in Game 7. Who's to say Kenny Atkinson won't do that again, or he won't listen, won't ask for Donovan Mitchell's advice? You're the head coach. You make the calls, man. So I just don't know if you could trust the head coach, Kenny Atkinson, here in the rest of this series. If these games are, if this next game, if there's a Game 7 and it's coming down to the wire, or there's some big time moments, late third quarter, early fourth quarter, can you trust Kenny Atkinson to make the right decision? I'm not so sure. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll go streaking. Brad Evans is ready to rock and roll. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with the token, you will receive extra winnings. We're about to give you 4 players we believe will successfully get a hit in their games tonight. We were perfect in 3 of our 5 contests last week with an overall record of 22-3 on those picks last week. We got 1 perfect round so far earlier this week. And so you could use that parlay boost right here if you wanted. And as Brad always says, fade or follow, that is up to you. So here we go. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Yeah! All right, premise of the game. Everybody on the crew just picks one batter in Major League Baseball to get a hit tonight, and we do it for the games that start after 7 p.m. Eastern. Here's a real challenge tonight. There's only one game to choose from. Twins and the Blue Jays. After a day full of matinee baseball and a bunch of teams having a day off, this is the ultimate test here today, Brad. So kick us off, brother. Who are you rocking with here? Your record so far on the season, 9-11, so 9-2. You got a W yesterday with Ildemaro Vargas, the guy that has the longest active hitting streak in Major League Baseball. Unfortunately, can't pick them because they're not playing tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks. So who are you rocking with?
Yeah, already got clobbered earlier today by the Milwaukee Brewers. I'm going to go with a Blue Jay who I feel is going to spread his wing tonight based on the history card, and I'm going to back George Springer to get a hit against the Twinkies. He is 6-17 lifetime against Bailey Ober. Is going to be towing the rubber for Minnesota, and that's a .333 lifetime batting average against Ober. He's gotten a hit in 4 of his last 5 games. I know Ober has only got a 3.94 ERA so far this season, only a 31.2% hard-to-hit rate. He has given up the expected ERA even lower at 3.89. But again, given the history, given a tremendous amount of success that Springer has had, splitting a gap, I am going streaking to 2 with George Springer. Smack one of the outfield, and we're off and running the bases.
All right, bada bing, bada boom. How you doing, George Springer? Let's get producer Brandon Combs' pick. He's got the longest active streak on the show right now, 6 in a row for Combsy, who is 12-16 so far on the season. Combs trying to get that extra point tonight, make it 7 in a row. Who's the lucky hitter?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Not only does he have 41 hits in 36 games lifetime against the Blue Jays, but he has a hit, at least one hit in every game this series, and has not been hitless against the Blue Jays against the Twins since the beginning of last year. So I will go with Vladdy Daddy.
All right, Combs going with Vladdy Daddy. For yours truly, I am 13-16 on the season, 3 in a row for me. Last night, Corbin Carroll with a nice little infield single in his last AB. We'll take that. I'm going Josh Bell from the Twinkies, going up against Kevin Gausman. Josh Bell, the DH, hitting in the cleanup spot. Career against Kevin Gausman, 7-for-21 with a homer. So it's a career batting average of .333. Yesterday, Josh Bell 0-for-5 in the series finale against Seattle, but he does have a hit in 4 of his last 7 games. But I'm mostly going off the career numbers here against Gausman, .333 lifetime batting average. The switch hitting Josh Bell from the left side of the dish to get a knock tonight against the Blue Jays is my pick. And then finally, the legend, Michael Montgomery, our video producer, Monty, who started off a perfect 14-for-14, and then on the last day before he went to San Diego for a little vacation, finally took an L. He's off. Last night we had Zach Kroll. Tonight we got Max Sheedy filling in for Monty. So Mad Max is going to make a pick here on Let's Go Streaking. Max, who are you going with?
Max is going with Ernie Clement. Ernie Clement tonight against Minnesota. He's going to take. He's going to try to get this to a 2-game hit streak. He's got 1 tonight, 1 tomorrow. Let's see if he can go 2 for 2. He's going to go Ernie Clement.
Yes. Combs, did you hear Max, by the way? Because I heard Max coming through on my end. I don't know if you heard Max.
I did too.
Yeah, Combs, I think you are the only
not.
one that didn't hear Max.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Combs hijacking Max's
problem.
pick. Maybe. I don't know. I heard him. I heard Max. I don't know if the rest of the audience heard Max. But again, Max is going with Ernie Clement of the Blue Jays tonight. So again, only one game for us to pick from. I'm going Josh Bell. Brad's going George Springer. Combs is going Vladdy Daddy, Vlad Guerrero Jr., and Max is going Ernie Clement. And Brad, if you, the listener, are listening or watching at home, and you're thinking that the crew goes 4 for 4 tonight, what would those odds be to parlay that together with our friends at BetMGM?
Yes, on the SGP, it is a cool plus 250, mi amigo. Mucho dinero. Let's make some.
We're going to continue to talk some baseball when we come back. We'll talk with our Odyssey MLB insider, Bob Nightingale, right here on BetMGM tonight.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun first hour. Talked a lot of NBA playoffs from last night. Do you think the Rockets can come from 0-3 down to beat the Lakers? Would that be the biggest stain on LeBron's career? Do you think the Detroit Pistons can come back to beat the Orlando Magic? And are you like me? Are you rooting for a Game 7 between the Raptors and the Cavs just to see how James Harden would once again play in an elimination game? We did our Let's Go Streaking segment. Last segment, everybody on the crew picks a player to get a hit. It's been a wildly successful segment. Let's continue to talk some baseball now, and let's bring in our Odyssey MLB insider, Bob Nightingale. Bob, it's Pat and Brad. How you doing, man? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, hey, Bob, biggest story today in baseball. The Mets lose again today to finish off April 10 and 21, losing a series to the Nationals where going into it, the opposing starting pitcher's ERA averaged to be over 6. You thought that would be the series for the Mets offense to get right. They've been an absolute disaster to start the season. Worst record in baseball. The Mets are 27th in batting average, dead last in baseball in OPS, and second to last in runs scored. I'm going to ask you more specifically about Alex Cora and Rob Thompson firings in a bit, but after those two guys were canned in the last 7 days here, does Mets manager Carlos Mendoza make it to the ballpark tomorrow, or do you think he's fired in the next 24 hours?
Well, they're starting a pretty city, 9-game trip. So I would think he's safe for the entire trip. If they want to make a change and make it, when he comes back. So I would think he's safe for the next 9 days. And I think it's also management, being patient, saying, you know what, it's not his fault that this team is not good. It's our fault. So why blame him? I think he's going to be safe here for the next 9 days. I know they go to Anaheim, somewhere else in Arizona, and then they go home. So I think he's got 9 days to see if they can at least be, competitive.
Bob, I'm a diehard Chicago Cubs fan, and right now the pitching staff is getting feasted on by the menacing injury imp. Justin Steele suffered a setback in his return from a months-long arm setback, and a number of relievers right now are on the IL. Not to mention the Northsiders lost Kate Horton for the season earlier this year. Will this pitching staff lead to the organization's undoing, in your opinion? Is it time to reassess the Cubs? Barely a month into the regular season. This is a team that most picked to win the NL Central. So what are your thoughts on the Chicago Cubs, and how worried are you about the staff?
But they need a starter, and they should have had another starter. Remember, Scott Boras, agent for Zach Gallen, said, are you kidding? You're not going to add Zach Gallen to the staff? You need another starter. And I'm sure they're kicking themselves now because they do need another starter. Still a very good team, very good offensive team. Cincinnati's playing well, but they've had some injuries too with the starting rotation. Hunter Green hasn't pitched for them at all, and he won't until after the All-Star break. Milwaukee's having some problems. So they're still probably the team to beat, but they're flawed with the pitching, and the offense has been on fire.
Yeah, that's the saving grace that Cubs right now. WRC Plus absolutely raking at the dish. No question about it. Bob, a team that's not really killing it anywhere are the Houston Astros, dwelling in the AL basement, sporting the worst record in that league. And they're, I think, tied with Kansas City at 12-20 overall, split the doubleheader today. What explains the face plant start for the Stros, and are you optimistic for a turnaround? And let me ask you this, do you think Houston's going to be a playoff team? Yes or no?
I think no. The pitching is a complete mess. A lot of injuries, some offensive flaws too. I mean, poor Jordan Alvarez, he might be the MVP of the league if the team was playing better. He's having his season. Cam Smith's playing well in right field. But, yeah, the pitching's just been a disaster. And I think eventually here it's going to cost the jobs of the manager and the GM, Joe Espada, and the GM Dana Brown.
That might be the theme of this 2026 baseball season. We're talking to Bob Nightingale here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Bob, how much of the Red Sox firing Alex Cora comes down to being a rumored divorce between he and President Craig Breslow because they just didn't see eye to eye on really anything anymore? Or was this just because the Red Sox were underperforming? And, and the way they did it, coming off a 17-1 win, they fire him and 5 assistant coaches. And then ironically, the van they had to take back to the airport read coaches for hire on it. I thought that was some pure irony. So again, how much of this came down to the disputes, the reported ongoing disputes between him and Craig Breslow, or was this just because the Red Sox were underperforming? And do you think it was the right move for Boston to can the guy that won him the World Series in 2018?
Well, it wasn't working out between Breslow and Cora. Obviously, they had their philosophical differences. Breslow brought in all the driveline people, same people that got fired by the Reds. He loved his own coaches. I think it might have came down to, hey, we're going to fire these coaches. He goes, you do that, you're going to fire me too. So they fired him. But yeah, just a disconnect and philosophical differences between Cora and Breslow. Obviously it came to a head because they're playing so poorly. So they had to do something. They think their season's salvageable. Just like the Phillies, they think that season's salvageable. I think the Mets may be at a point where they think, it's not going to matter. Our team isn't good. So, it doesn't matter to bring a new manager or not. But I think the Cora Breslow thing just was not going to work.
Bob, Pat and I discussed last night, Shohei Ohtani is a runaway favorite to win NL MVP, and the odds market says so. He's like minus 375 at BetMGM to take home that coveted award again. Do you feel anyone will remotely push him this season? Pat said Juan Soto has a chance, while I backed Ellie De La Cruz of the Reds. Who do you like to likely finish second this season in NL MVP voting?
Well, I would dismiss Juan Soto. I mean, the team's got the worst record in baseball, so how valuable are you? So it's not, so I don't care what Soto does. So you put him out of the mix because they're not going to be in the playoffs. You're not going to have an MVP of the worst team in baseball. So, it kind of depends on, who does well. Different guys on the Reds, whether it's De La Cruz or the young rookie, they got a chance in there. So the Dodgers, Paez has played very well for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
There's really nobody else in the National League West. In the NL Central, there's really nobody either, except for maybe with some of the Reds guys. If Pro Armstrong got real hot, maybe you look at him, or you look at a Nico Horner who's played well. But if I'm in the MVP race, I'm looking at, if you don't vote for Ohtani, I went, change a bit. And you look at the Drake Baldwin, the catcher there, or Michael Harris of Atlanta. They got the best record in baseball. So I think, 2 of the MVP candidates are right there in Atlanta.
Talking to Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Bob, let's hit on that other manager firing so far. Only second time in the modern era in baseball history that multiple managers were fired before May 1, and the first time since 2002. Phillies can topper Rob Thompson, who, ironically enough, they had him become the manager 4 years ago after they fired Joe Girardi because of a bad start, and Thompson ended up taking the Phils to the World Series that year, but it's been postseason regression in the 3 years since. Donnie Baseball is the interim now, Don Mattingly. Was this the right move in Philly, or should Dave Dombrowski and Preston Mattingly, Don's kid, who's the GM, should those two take more of the blame here for the Phillies' awful start? What do you think, Bob?
Well, they can take more blame. I think they realize, hey, this team is better than that. they got to make a change. Let's be honest. I mean, Thompson was almost fired at the end of last season. When they went out first round against the Dodgers, I thought he was gone. I really did. If Cora was available, no doubt about it. So I just think that, this team is way too talented to be playing like this. It's one thing for the Mets to be playing like this. It's another for the Phillies to be struggling like they are. So I think they had to. I mean, great guy, great baseball man, everything else. But I think they had no choice but to fire Thompson. And, once Cora turned it down, you kind of want to stay inside. So manually makes the most sense.
All right, so then, Bob, finally here, do you think Alex Cora manages again this season, or does he end up taking the rest of the year off to see which is the best opportunity for him? Because part of the reason the Phils fired Rob Thompson is because they wanted Alex Cora to immediately take the job, and he turned him down because he wanted to spend more time with his family. So what do you think is the end result here for Cora in 2026?
Oh, I think he definitely takes the rest of the year off. He's in Puerto Rico now with the family. No, he's not coming back. He was going to come back. He would come back to the Phillies. Or no, he's still being paid over $7 million a year. If he went to the Phillies, he'd still be being paid the same amount of money. So no, he takes the rest of the year off, and then he weighs his options. Does he go to Philly? Does he go to the Mets? Does he go to Houston, Kansas City, or somewhere else? But no, he's not coming back this year.
Okay. And you think with pretty damn good confidence that that's going to be the case?
Yeah, if he wanted to come back, he would have come back with the Phillies. It's a very talented team, and Dave Dombrowski is one of his best friends, and Dombrowski loves him. So no, I think there's zero chance of him coming back. If he was going to come back, he would have come back already.
Okay. All right, finally, Bob, I got just a sports question here for you. We got one baseball game tonight after a bunch of matinee baseball today. Well, you got the Giants and Phils doubleheader game 2 going on right now. But you got Blue Jays Twins tonight. Is Bob Nightingale watching Blue Jays Twins, or is Bob Nightingale watching any one of the 5 NBA or Stanley Cup playoff games, elimination games tonight, or is Bob Nightingale maybe, watching a little Netflix tonight?
Probably channel surf between the NBA and NHL. I'll check out the Twins a little bit, but yeah, probably channel surf between the NHL and NBA and see what's going on. I'm a fan of all sports, so be cool. Particularly elimination games. There's nothing better than elimination games.
You're damn right, Bob. You're damn right, man. We appreciate the time as always. Can't wait to catch up with you next week.
All right. Take care, guys. Thank you.
See you, Bob.
There you go. Bob Nightingale, our MLB Odyssey insider. How about that, Brad? He thinks zero chance Alex Cora comes back to manage this season. If the Mets fire Carlos Mendoza, could he possibly be entertained at that point?
No, I don't think he will be. Look, he had the connection there in Philadelphia, as Bob laid out, and he decided to pass. He's like, listen, I'm getting a free pass to spend the rest of the summer with my family, which I have not done on the calendar at this point in a given year in decades. I got plenty of money in the bank. I live in Puerto Rico. I got to deal with hurricane season. But outside of that, that's a pretty damn good life. So enjoy the siesta, my man, Alex Cora, and you're going to get a job next year. So just take a chill pill and relax.
Okay, what about the team that he used to be the bench coach for, Houston Astros? They fired Joe Espada. You don't even think Alex Cora would be wanting to come back to Houston? You think there's no chance?
Okay, I'm going to give you the Lloyd Christmas answer. You're saying there's a chance? Yeah, there'll be like a itsy bitsy teeny weeny kind of chance. Probably less than 5%. But yeah, I mean, I think he'll may debate it for a fleeting moment. But again, he's got connections to that organization, had connections to the Phillies organization, decided to pass. Houston's more of a dumpster fire than Philadelphia, in my opinion. I've already laid out the reason why I think Philadelphia is going to be able to storm back and possibly make the playoffs. Again, I feel Philadelphia is probably going to finish just slightly above 500, and they're going to be there in the wild card conversation in the end. That's why I want to get Bob's opinion about Houston. He says they are not going to make the playoffs. I think he's spot on with that assessment because that pitching staff is rubbish. Rubbish!
All righty, 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. When we come back, we'll talk some NBA playoffs, Knicks and Hawks. just underway from the ATL. Can my New York Knicks, I got the hat on, can they finish off the Hawks tonight? Or am I going to be going nuts talking about this series going back to the Garden for a Game 7? We'll break down Celtics-Sixers tip-off in 20 minutes there, and Nuggets-T-Wolves, another elimination game for Jokic and Denver with no Ant-Man and no Dante DiVincenzo. We'll give you some plays for those games, and we'll get you the first update on Knicks-Hawks when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join is 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to Bob Nightingale for joining us as always every week during the baseball season. Our MLB Odyssey insider, who again said 0 chance Alex Cora comes back to manage for any other team this year. All right, Brad, we're off and running here on this playoff Thursday. 5 elimination games, 3 in the NBA playoffs, 2 on the ice, and the first one going is Game 6 in Atlanta. Knicks and the Hawks. Knicks up 3-2, and my New York Knickerbockers are up 15-11 here in the first 5 minutes of the ball game. OG Anunoby, 10 points already. Perfect 4 for 4 from the field for the ATL. Wow. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, the most improved player of the season. He's got 5 points for the Hawks. Just double checking. It was Nickeil Alexander-Walker, right? Yeah, he was named Kia most improved player. Yep. And deservedly so. So 15-11, Knicks lead. It's early, but they've come out of the gate shooting it well. 6 of 9 from the field are the New York Knicks. But Brad, we've got 2 other games to talk about and break down here tonight. Elimination game for the Sixers, down 3-2 against the Celtics. Elimination game for the Nuggets, down 3-2 to the Anthony Edwards-less Minnesota Timberwolves. And this from our friends at BetMGM. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token all season long. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, cashing out with an even bigger payout. So again, that's obviously we got one game coming up tonight, Major League Baseball, which we did our Let's Go Streaking segment for. But now to get into some NBA playoff games here, Brad. Celtics, Sixers. This one tipping off in about 15 minutes in Philadelphia. No injury news to report on. Joel Embiid is going to play. Came back in Game 4 of this series and put up some numbers, but was really inefficient, withered after the first quarter. Celtics blew out Philly. In Boston, a chance to close it out. Joel Embiid looked like prime Joel Embiid. He scored 33 points, had 8 assists. He was so much better in that game, both offensively and defensively. So can Joel Embiid give his best, be efficient, and be good on defense again tonight, or will it not even matter? Will the Boston Celtics hit their threes tonight? Because if they do, I don't think there's anything Embiid can do. I think the Celtics win this game as long as they shoot over, I'll give you a percentage here, if they shoot over 38% from deep, or if they hit at least 16 threes, which is one more than their season average, I think the Celtics win this game basically no matter what. But can the Sixers force a Game 7 in Boston? Brad, how do you see this game playing out? What do you like?
I'll even give you a little bit lower threshold, and I still feel they're going to win. I think if they shoot at least 35% from way downtown and hit 15 threes, so 1 3 fewer than what you just laid out, they're going to win this game, and they may win in convincing fashion. And I get the feeling the Celtics are going to be splishing and splashing all over the floor. I mean, they missed their last 16 straight shots in that last game. That was absurd. One of the more prolific offenses in the NBA with Jason Tatum on the floor. We know how stiff and stout they are defensively, only giving up 1.10 points per possession here in this NBA postseason. Philadelphia is going to have another worldly performance from Embiid, from Maxey, from the rest of their stars to even remotely compete. I mean, you look at the advanced data, and it tells a very interesting and convincing story. Boston right now in the NBA postseason, number 4 overall in net efficiency. Where's Philadelphia? Number 13 out of 16 teams. Boston's going to rock. They're going to roll. And as a result, Jason Tatum is going to put all kinds of crooked numbers up on the scoreboard and in the box score. Give me the over on 34.5 points plus rebounds for Tatum, which he has done in 3 of 5 games in this series. He's gone 36 combined, 33, 30, 37, and 39. He could finish with 40 plus. It wouldn't remotely shock me. And points plus rebounds, he's averaging 24.6 points per game in this series and 10.6 rebounds per game. Just hit your averages, bruh. And I'm cashing on that over on 34.5 at a minus 135 juice. You look at Philadelphia, they have allowed the most opponent rebounds per game in this postseason at 42.6 per game, and they've allowed the sixth most opponent points per game at 110.6. Tatum is going to blow up tonight in the box score. Again, give me the over 34.5 points plus rebounds. And folks, that's a wrap. Sorry, Philly.
Yeah, look, I'm going to give you my thoughts on this in just a second. I can't help. I'm getting fired up over here. Karl Anthony Towns putting his body on the line, diving for a loose ball, not letting go of it, ripping it away from Mo Gay. Literally, the referee had to get in. He was like, somebody let go of the ball. Things nearly getting feisty here. Knicks up by 10 after a nice big run. So I'm fired up. I did hear everything you say. I do agree. If there's a closeout game coming from a big Boston Celtic performer tonight, it is probably going to be Jason Tatum. No, the Celtics are 12-1 after a loss since Tatum has come, or I think it was 12-1 after a loss with Jason Tatum on the floor over the last 2 years. Maybe it was 12-1 after a loss this season. I think they've only lost back-to-back games one time this year. Either way. Look, it just comes down to who's going to hit. They're going to hit the threes or not. You said they've got it. You gave it even a lower threshold than I did, right? They just have to hit 15 threes and shoot 35% from deep. Well, here are the numbers. They are very stark. Like, if you get that middle, it'll be interesting to see what happens, because in the 3 Celtic wins in this series, they have shot 48% from deep. In the 2 losses, they have shot 27% from deep. Wow. You know, it's funny. Because when they lost game 2, Brad, and I said, this was classic Celtics over the last couple of years. They turn in one of these clunkers, once a series in like the first or second round in series that they're expected to win. Now, last year they lost to the Knicks, my Knicks, in the second round after they lost both games at home. But, in the last 5 years running here, they basically turn in one of those clunkers in round 1. And that was the case. But I did say there is cause for concern going forward for the Celtics, because whether it was just a clunker or not, like, they don't have a plan B. If they don't hit their threes, they lose. Last game, they weren't hitting their threes, Brad, and they actually tried to adjust. That fourth quarter, the Celtics took, out of the 22 shots they took in the fourth quarter, 14 of them were from inside the arc. They actually tried to get to the cup. They actually tried to get 2-pointers. It was like, all right, we're not making our threes. Let's go to plan B. And you know what? Plan B failed miserably. In the fourth quarter for the Boston Celtics, they went 2 for 8 from deep, and they went 1 for 14 from inside the arc. Like, Joel Embiid shut them down. The rest of the Sixers defenders were bullying them. Paul George was clamping Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. They were stopping the entry into the paint. VJ Edgecombe and Maxey were defending the perimeter. Boston tried to adjust, and they failed. So, last game was the lowest percentage of 3-pointers that the Celtics took in the entire series. Only 44% of their shots in Game 5 were from deep. But again, as you said it, and as we know it, if they make their threes, they're going to win. And so far on the road, in Game 3 in Philadelphia and Game 4, they hit 20 threes and they hit 24 threes. In the 3 games at home, they hit 13, 16, and 11. Make that make sense. The Boston Celtics are just a better shooting team on the road. I think that continues tonight. As much as I would love to see a Game 7 between these two teams, I agree with you. I think the Celtics just flat out hit their threes tonight. I think they take care of business, and I think they win this one by double digits. So Celtics are 6.5-point favorites. If I'm playing this one, I'm laying it with Boston. I think they win this one by margin here, Brad. And I do think Jason Tatum ends up having a big game. Philly has adjusted really well to Boston's offense. You know, they've been able to get the ball out of Tatum and Brown's hands early on in possessions. I don't think you can rely on Joel Embiid again. I would,
No.
I don't even want to say I hope I'm wrong because I hate Joel Embiid. You know, again, and I'm not going to hide my opinion, Brad, because 2 years ago in the postseason, he stomped on Mitchell Robinson and injured him for half of the next year. So I hope Embiid chokes and sputters tonight. I just don't, like, from a neutral standpoint, or if you're a Sixers fan, I don't know. They've got to be holding their breath, hoping that Embiid can play at an elite level once again. 2 games in a row, coming off the appendectomy with how much, he has struggled to stay healthy in the postseason over the last couple of years. I wouldn't be expecting it. If you think the Sixers are going to win because Embiid turns in another masterful performance, I wouldn't hold your breath on that. That is for sure. All right, let's move on.
Yeah, I think Joel Embiid's got a better shot, by the way, of maybe pulling a muscle than Philadelphia does of winning this game. I'm just going to throw that out there.
And he briefly left last game, too. Went to the locker room for all of 2 minutes when he landed awkwardly on his right leg, but then came back out, and he was awesome. I will give the credit where it's due. He was awesome in that fourth quarter and for most of that game as well. All right, Brad, how about the one tonight? Standalone. 9:30 Eastern. Well, it won't be standalone because that Celtics-Sixers game will probably go until about 10:30 p.m. Eastern. But either way, Nuggets T-Wolves, Minnesota, Game 6. No Anthony Edwards, no Dante DiVincenzo for Minnesota. Ayo Dosunmu is questionable. Late addition to the injury report with a calf injury. That should probably raise eyebrows. I don't remember seeing him hurt last game. He scored 18 points in his first start. That was coming off of that whopper of a 43-point performance. And then for the Nuggets, you've also got Aaron Gordon, who is questionable with a calf injury that forced him to miss already 2 games in this series. He didn't play last game, and he didn't play in Game 3. So on top of the Anthony Edwards and DiVincenzo injuries, you've got some other injuries to monitor that will keep you posted on here, leading all the way up until tip-off. But if the Nuggets win this game, Brad, they're winning the series. I don't see them coming back home for a Game 7 and losing in Denver. Down 3-1. They got the gift of not having Anthony Edwards or DiVincenzo. Nuggets won comfortably at home in Game 5. Can they now go on the road and do it? They are 6.5-point favorites on the road, which is surprising to me. I know there's no Ant-Man. I know there's no Dante. I still think that is a ton. I don't know if you can trust Denver's offense, which has been very hot or cold here in this series. Rudy Gobert has done a great job with Jokic. Last game, they definitely relied on Spencer Jones to hit some big threes for them. He had over 20 points, and then Jokic and Murray got him across the line. But is this more so of, hoping that Denver doesn't come out flat or underperform in this game, or does Minnesota have to go out and take this one here? Either way, Brad, how do you see Game 6 playing out tonight in this elimination game for Denver?
Yeah, look, these two teams are so evenly matched. Even without the star power of Minnesota there on the floor, really the key in this game, you already laid it out, as Ayo Dosunmu. And I'm not just saying that because I went to the Harvard of the Midwest, the ILL. And the reason why I missed the first couple of segments in the show tonight is because I was on campus speaking to a group of sports journalism majors in the class, which I always do every single year. I was thrilled to do it. They had some fantastic questions. So I eat, I breathe, and I sleep University of Illinois athletics. So Ayo's an absolute legend. Is going to be in the University of Illinois Hall of Fame. That was just announced today. But his status of this game is crucial for Minnesota to stay competitive and maybe close this thing out. I think Ayo does cowboy up and play in this game. So as a result, I say Ayo Dosunmu scores at least 20 points. I think he's going to go out there, play at least 30, 35 minutes despite the tender calf. He's been dynamite, downright electric the last couple of games here in this series, going for 25 points and 43 points. He's the main reason why Minnesota has the advantage in this series because he's been just so outstanding, making himself all kinds of money in the process. You look at Denver, they've been lackluster defensively. The 5th worst defensive rating in this NBA postseason, giving up 1.117 points per possession, and the 4th most opponent points per game at 112.4. So if I'd assume who plays. I say he scores at least 20, shooting 60.9% in this series from the floor and over 54% from way downtown. And I'll just throw out another one. Elimination game, you never fade. You always follow the Joker, Nikola Jokic. He's got a triple-double again. That's what he does. An insane triple-double in the last game with 27, 12 rebounds, and 16 assists. It could be an emphatic triple-double yet again. It's only minus 105 right now. Near even money for him to triple-double. Jokic will do it, and I agree, man. I think the Nuggets are going to win this game. I think the Nuggets are going to outright win the series when they head back to the Mile High City and play inside Ball Arena. You believe they're the bigger threat to OKC than San Antonio. You and I disagree on that. But yes, you and I are on the same page here. Nuggets win the game tonight. Nuggets take the series back at home, largely because, again, they have the best player in the damn world.
I agree. I think Denver's going to win this game. I think it will be close. I would not disrespect the caginess of this game and how it's going to look like. I think it's going to be physical. I think it's going to be intense. I think Jaden McDaniels is going to be looking to get under Jamal Murray and Jokic's skin every chance he gets. And if the refs let them play physical defense, that is going to help and benefit the Minnesota Timberwolves. So obviously what kind of whistle you get in this game is going to dictate how it goes. But if you get a bit of a loose whistle and the refs let these boys play, that favors Minnesota. If you get a defensive battle, that favors Minnesota. I would not put it out of the realm of possibilities that they win this game tonight and end Denver's season, but I do think the Nuggets do win it. And I do think then they go back to Game 7 at home and win it as well. And look, I said it the other night, Brad, they don't deserve to win this series because they haven't been the better team for most of it, but injuries happen. And Anthony Edwards, he ain't playing the rest of the series. DiVincenzo's done with a torn Achilles. And so the Nuggets got the gift. They couldn't capitalize in Game 4 when they got outscored by 20. But I just think the injuries from Minnesota is going to be too much to overcome. One person, though, that I think maybe could give the Timberwolves a huge spark. If you're looking to play something in this game, Brad, you think Jokic triple-double. You also like Ayo Dosunmu to score 20 points. I think somebody coming off the bench from Minnesota who's given them a spark could be a big-time player tonight, and that is the former Nugget himself, Bones Highland. I'll go over on his points, 11.5 at our friends at BetMGM. He had 15 last game, and he's taken at least 9 shots in the last 2 games. He's a firecracker from 3, but he's a guy that brings a ton of energy. He's shifty as hell. He's quick, and he's got a little extra retribution motivation on the line because his time in Denver did not end well a couple of years ago. He went to the Clippers. Then he's been with Minnesota for the last year and a half here. Bones Highland, I think, again, as some big scoring in him off the bench tonight. Because again, maybe Ayo Dosunmu does play, and maybe whatever little injury he's carrying, it's not a problem. But if it is, also Naz Reid rolled his ankle badly last game, and he came back and played, but he couldn't shoot the ball all that well. He ended up scoring 12 points. If he's limited tonight, you need somebody other than Julius Randle to step up and score. Mike Conley ain't going to give you much. Maybe he'll give you 6 or 7 points. He's mostly out there for his defense and to facilitate. If it's somebody off the bench, I think it's Bones Highland tonight, Brad.
What about the other ILL standout, Terrence Shannon? Maybe he's actually going to see a decent amount of minutes. And we know that when he has played a decent amount of minutes, he usually goes out and scores 15, 20 in a game. It is absurd to me that Terrence Shannon doesn't get more run. He's an explosive athlete. He's got a versatile game. He's staunch defensively. Maybe tonight is the night. Maybe it's not a Bones Highland night. Maybe it's a T-Shan night. So don't sleep too hard on him, given all the physical setbacks that Timberwolves are dealing with.
Yeah, he didn't play in the first 3 games in this series, and then 7 minutes in Game 4, and he scored 3 points. Last game, 14 minutes, 15 points. Does Terrence Shannon represent Brad's ILL here tonight? Him and Ayo Dosunmu, do they both step up? By the way, before we go to break, Brad, if you had to guess how many points the Knicks are up after the end of the first quarter, what would you say?
Well, I got it in front of me. What is it? Man, I have to do some math here. That's what, 25? Is that correct?
Knicks up 25 at the end of the first quarter, baby. It's belt to ass in Atlanta right now. Let's go. Knicks up 40-15. Have some, Atlanta. Have some, CJ McCollum. Have some. All right. I'm going to take a break before I blow out my microphone. 310-840-4910. When we come back, it's a brand new segment on BetMGM tonight. It's called Thirsty Thursday. We'll explain when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Well, I mean, it would already be one of the biggest collapses in NBA postseason history if the Knicks somehow lose this. So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, Brad.
Jinx
but
it.
I mean, they're up by 29 points early on in the second quarter. It's 44-15. They are dominating the Atlanta Hawks. So keep you posted on that. Celtics Sixers tipping off any second right now. I don't know why they have. Oh, it's 8 o'clock Eastern. I thought that was a 7:30 tip. But that's my apologies. I was like, why hasn't that game started yet? All right, that's an 8 o'clock Eastern tip. So that'll be in about 20 minutes from now. So the Knicks crushing, and then the Stars in the Wild, Game 6 in Minnesota, with the Wild trying to send the Stars home packing. Elimination game for Dallas. They are scoreless in the first 5 minutes in the Stanley Cup playoffs. But, Brad, we got a brand new segment here. Why don't you lay it out for the folks at home? We're doing a little Thirsty Thursday. What do we got here?
All right, so the background and the premise on this, you know me, I'm a mad scientist when it comes to segmentation. A lot of shows, whether for radio or TV, always trying to come up with fresh ideas, unique spins, and to make it entertaining for our listening audience. So what I decided to come up with is using a beer scale of 1 to 5 beers. How many brews are you placing on the following statements? So it's going to be all about multiple sports in this segment. The more beers, the more you're buying into it. That's it.
I love it. I love it. All right, so let's get it cracking here. Let's start off with baseball. The Houston Astros currently 12-20. The Astros finish with 80-plus losses and miss the playoffs. Brad, how many beers you putting on that one?
I'm going to put 3 beers. I'm not completely drunk on optimism that this is going to come true because largely, look, I agree with Bob Nightingale. We asked Bob this question earlier in the show, and he said the pitching staff has been a disaster. He's absolutely spot on with that point of view. Case in point, the team over the last couple of weeks, they're number 24 in team ERA of 5.60. Inexcusable. I mean, Burrows has been a disaster. McCullers has been equally a disaster. Both those guys are 6+ ERAs in that rotation. Christian Javier on the 60-day IL. I mean, they're in shambles right now, the arms in that rotation. But there is a little bit of a saving grace when you have Yordan Alvarez. You still have the diminutive but stiff and stout Jose Altuve smacking balls all over the field and occasionally over the fence. This team's got some potency remaining offensively. Number 11 at WRC plus the last couple of weeks. Number 13 in wins above replacement in WAR. So not all hope is lost for Houston, but I would say it's a decent shot. They're going to lose at least 80 games and miss the playoffs. I just don't think it's a foregone conclusion. So it's 3 beers for me, right down the middle.
Yeah, it's a 5 for me. It's 5 beers. I'm getting hammered. On this statement. I said it. I think I said it a week and a half ago. I think the Astros were going to finish under 500. So 80+ losses. I get at least a 1 game or 2 game cushion that they could go 82-80 or 81-81. But I think they're more likely going to finish under 500. The missing the playoffs. Yeah, 5 beers for me. This is almost a certainty because you mentioned it. Hitting wise, they're batting, their offense ain't bad. They're 4th in baseball in batting average, and they're 3rd in OPS. And yet they've got the 3rd worst record in baseball, and they've got the worst run differential in the American League because their pitching staff is the worst in baseball. A team ERA of just under 6. Excuse me, I got some burps coming up here. I don't think that is changing. I have 5 beers, and I'm already starting to burp them up on this statement. 5 beers for me. The Houston Astros are going to be missing out on the postseason. They will finish under 500 because that pitching staff, there is nothing that's going to turn around for them to fix that. All right, let's move on. Sticking in the American League here, Brad. The White Sox, their incredible rookie, Munetaka Murakami, continues to smash balls into the stratosphere. He finishes with 35+ homers and wins the American League Rookie of the Year, which is currently plus 165 odds on BetMGM. Brad, what do you give this statement?
4 beers. I got a firm buzz off of this. And Moody Taka's on pace right now. Hit greater than 40 home runs this year. His isolated power mark at 327. That's obscene. That's absurd. It's really off the charts. 110 at bats. He's got 12 homers. And you look at Fangraphs of the various projections, and this is rest of season. Not in totality, rest of season. So from this point forward, Zips, which is a pretty reliable projection tracker, has him hitting another 23 home runs to go along with the 12. That's 35 right there, and I think it's going to be greater than that. His barrel rate is top 25 Major League Baseball. He's number 7 in exit velocity. So whether you're looking at the advanced analytics, or look at the surface numbers, whether you just look at it with the eye tests, Murakami just passes with flying colors. He's the real deal Holyfield. The only reason that you would go to the south side of Chicago to watch a Major League Baseball game this summer is him and the food. Because honestly, the food at Raid Field is phenomenal. It's the best hot dog, in my opinion, the entire game and in all venues that's out there. So the only downside and why I'm not getting plastered with a 5-beer statement, injuries. You know, there's always a risk of him tweaking something, fracturing something, getting a hit on a wrist or a hand. You just never know. But it's 4 confident beers for me that Murakami's going to smash at least 35 home runs. He does that, man. He's a shoo-in to win AL Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, this is a 4 for me as well. Maybe just because, once teams, I'm sure they've already compiled some advanced scouting reports on him from the 31 games he's played in this year, but he's already got over 100 bats. But yeah, look, it's one thing if he's, just getting some lollipop home runs that are helping him out with the wind or the weather. You said all the advanced analytics, he's hitting the ball harder than most players in the big leagues. So those 12 home runs already, I just don't see that rate slowing down. I think he's going to hit at least 40. And yes, I think he is going to be the American League Rookie of the Year. I'll put 4 beers on that statement. All right, we'll finish off some Thursday when we get back, and then we'll get into our NFL draft grades. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 starts right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, that's 310-840-4910. If you text in your question, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Okay, Brad, we are going to get back into some Thirsty Thursday here, finish off that segment. And then all week, we've been giving out our NFL draft grades. So we'll get to that shortly. But some breaking news here out of the NBA. We were breaking down this Nuggets-Timberwolves game. Game 6 coming up tonight. Another elimination game for Denver. And look, man, they just keep getting gifts. You know, we talked about the questionable status for Ayo Dosunmu, your guy from the ILL. He was going to be a game-time decision on which calf injury. Well, late addition to the injury report. Apparently, he was experiencing some calf soreness. He is out. He's been ruled out for this game tonight. So, Ayo Dosunmu, that felt good. That tasted good. Ayo Dosunmu had the 43 points in the win in Game 4, the game that Anthony Edwards got injured in the second quarter, and the game that Dante DiVincenzo tore his Achilles in the very first minute. Ayo Dosunmu was the reason Minnesota won that game. He had 43 points. Yeah. And then in Game 5 in the loss, he scored 18. He's now out. Anthony Edwards is out. Dante DiVincenzo is gone. And also, you know, for what it's worth here, off the bench, Kyle Anderson, who in the last game played 15 minutes, had 6 assists and 4 points. He's out as well with an injury. So, wow. I mean, they are dropping like flies from Minnesota. Aaron Gordon's still questionable for the Nuggets, but they are now a healthy 7.5-point favorite here. And, I mean, how much luckier could Denver get? You know, again, I wanted the Nuggets to win the series. I wanted Jokic and Murray to prove it, and I was hoping we were going to get Anthony Edwards and Jokic going toe-to-toe. We have now gotten, you know, the exact opposite of that. Anthony Edwards is out, and the Nuggets are basically getting a gift. If they lose this game tonight, if they don't win this series, my goodness, you want to talk about an epic failure. That is what it will be for the Denver Nuggets. They have to win this series now. I don't care about being 3-1 down. This is the gift of all gifts.
Yeah, they should actually go out there and throttle them, too. Like, this shouldn't even be remotely close in my estimation. I mean, you just don't have any real suitable bodies on the floor to compete over full 4 quarters of action against one of the better teams in the NBA. So no excuses at all for the Denver Nuggets. They got to go out and win this game by at least 15 points, make a statement, take it back to Ball Arena, and then slam the door. But again, this is Terrence Shannon season. And he is a guy that's been ultra efficient on a per-minute basis when he has actually gotten minutes in a game. So this could be the night he plays 20, 25 minutes. Maybe he erupts. Maybe he's a human volcano, and he goes for like 20, 25 points as a result and actually makes this competitive. If he doesn't, I mean, it could be a drubbing of epic proportions. I don't know, kind of similar to your New York Knicks up 65-22 on Atlanta on the road. Unbelievable.
This is going to go down as one of the greatest, and just in terms of the margin of victory, it's going to go down as one of the greatest playoff wins in New York Knicks history. I've never seen this. 67-22. It was 11-9 at one point, Brad. That means they are on a 58 to 11 run. 58 to 11. 69-22. They get another one for the Knicks. It's a 60 to 11 run. I mean, this is unbelievable. I mean, this is just pure euphoria. Pure euphoria
Are your
that I'm
pants
in right now.
tight?
And fast
Like, do you need
fast
a
break.
minute, buddy?
I might fast break dunk for Mikal. Every time I look over at this game, it's the Knicks off a turnover in fast break, just hand in the cookie jar, throwing it down. This is one of those rare games, Brad, where you're just kick back, relax, celebrate, pop a. I might start drinking on the show. I'm kidding. I would never do that, but
Pop a gummy? Yeah, throw down. Let's go.
if we weren't on the air right now, I'd be pouring up some stiff drinks, and I'd be hammered by the third quarter of this game, because you don't have to sweat this out. You don't have to worry about the Knicks. When you have to worry about them blowing this lead. I mean, this game was effectively over in the first quarter. This is one of the great nights, and I know it's the first round, and I know that the expectations and the hopes is for the NBA Finals, but like, rarely as a fan in a playoff game do you just get to basically enjoy the entire game without having to wonder if your team is going to lose, or the emotional roller coaster of a playoff game. This is one of the great playoff nights as a Knick fan that I've ever had in my entire life, because there wasn't many until 4 years ago. And even then, the Knicks almost always play playoff games down to the wire, especially with how this series have gone. You know, they've kind of dominated the last two games. This is on a whole nother level, and they're now up by 50. 71-22 with a free throw coming for OG Anunoby. It's a 50-point game in the second quarter.
You're shooting 71.1%. It's almost halftime. 71.1%. 7 of 12 from way downtown. 10 of 12 from the charity stripe, and you're out rebounding Atlanta 21-9. You got 20 assists. Atlanta only has 6. And we got 4:39 to go. We got a little bit of a fracas now breaking out of the middle floor as the frustrations are boiling over for Atlanta. Oh, a lot of shoving. Some guys falling down. Let's get the sidelines.
Wow. Ref
we
just
gonna
went
see
down.
some fist fly. Oh, this could be interesting, to say the least. But, I mean, this is what Atlanta's trying to do. They're trying to get in their head. Mitchell Robinson looks like he wants to kill a man. The entire coaching staff is trying to hold him back. That's a big, big man to hold back. Man, this is it's getting chippy. Atlanta, again, they're enormously frustrated. And you got to understand, they're at home. They're getting depanted on live national television. People who came to this game, Hawks fans, probably, sitting there on the floor, spent thousands of dollars, optimistic they're going to win this thing, maybe win the series, and they're down 72-22 with 4:39 to go in the first half. Pat, dare I say it's over, and dare I say New York may score 90 in the first half. Unfathomable.
I mean, you said it. The biggest takeaway from what you just talked about. Can you imagine thinking, all right, honey, or all right, dudes, let's drop, a month's worth of savings here. Let's put $2,000, $3,000 on this game.
Right.
Let's sit front row. Let's get front row seats, and let's root on the Hawks to try to force a game 7. And you're down by 50 in the second quarter. You want to talk about an investment immediately gone wrong. I mean, hell, imagine you're sitting in the bleeds and you spent $60 on this game to go to this game on tickets. And it's Mitchell Robinson and Dyson Daniels at the heart of it. And these guys got into it earlier in this series when Mitchell Robinson stepped over Dyson Daniels. Dyson Daniels has been a bleep houser. He's been a rabble-rouser. He's been trying to start stuff in this series. He's a pesky, one of the best defenders in the NBA. And him and Mitchell Robinson got tangled up, and they basically grabbed each other. And then I'm surprised fists didn't fly with how quickly that escalated. That escalated real quick. And I don't know if these guys probably both get ejected here because the game's already over. And then Dyson Daniels said something to Mitchell Robinson, because then he came charging with a head full of steam after him. You got coaches on the floor. You got refs on the floor. I don't think there was a single punch thrown, but that nearly broke out into a big, big brawl here. So hopefully Mitchell Robinson doesn't get suspended for game 1 of the next series. He didn't throw any punches.
No.
But that's the last thing you need right now.
It's a bro hug. That's all it was. It
really
didn't
was.
say anything to him. I mean, Mitchell Robinson went up to him. It looked like he was going to lay a little smooch, maybe on the forehead. Coddle him, love him. Dyson Daniels the one that's running his mouth. It's a big nothing burger, in my opinion. Old school NBA, that's nothing. That's like a typical Tuesday night in Chicago. Nobody really cares. But in the modern context and this day and age of the NBA, yeah, it's going to get blown out of proportion more than likely. But Mitchell Robinson did absolutely nothing to deserve any kind of harsh penalty, technical foul, getting tossed, nothing, no fine. He didn't do anything.
Yeah, it started at the end of a free throw. They get their elbowing each other. Dyson Daniels grabs Mitchell Robinson's arm and tries to twist it. Mitch turns around, literally, like you said, bro, he puts his arms around him like he's bear hugging him. And then everybody joins in, and the pile gets pushed and shuffled over towards the bench. And that's when a ref fell. You had a couple of coaches fall. So I don't know. Can you throw these guys out of the game if there wasn't a single punch thrown?
No, you can't. You can't. There might be some technicals issued. They offset, maybe some free throws. That's about it. It's not a big. It's a nothing burger. No fist flew. They didn't shove each other hard enough across the floor. It was a bro hug. Hey, homie, what's going on, man? Oh, nice to see you. That's all it was. A little exchange. Not a big deal. But apparently, Robinson's walking off the court. He got tossed.
They ejected both of them.
The court. Who cares? Oh, my God. The NBA in the year of our basketball Lords 2026 is so damn soft. This is nothing in 1995.
Yeah, this really is nothing in 95. Dyson Daniels is the one that initiates. He puts an elbow into Mitchell Robinson's ribs. There's not a punch that gets thrown, but I guess if you don't break up the scuffle and the referee fell down. He tripped over his own foot. Come on. Whatever.
Nothing.
Who cares? LA, let Mitch rest up and get healthy and make sure that he doesn't get hurt. A little load management. Yeah. I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. This game's over. This game is freaking over. Knicks up by 50, second quarter. Love it. I love it. I love every minute of it. All right, Brad, let's finish off Thirsty Thursday from the last segment here. We're using the beer scale. 1 beer means you're not very confident in the statement. 5 beers, you love it. You're all in on it. Let's move on. What do you got? What do you got next? Do you want to read the prompt here for the next one?
I will. We're going to go to the NBA. Might as well. We're sticking to it right now. Perfect segue. The Pistons, once down 3-1 of the series against the Magic, win Game 6 in the land of Disney. Return home to Detroit and take Game 7. Pat, how many beers you cracking?
One, and I'm sipping on that beer. It's like 8th grade when I don't know. Maybe some other people waited until they were legally 21. I don't know, your first beer when I was 13, and you're just sipping on it. You're like, ooh, this is supposed to be good. This is supposed to taste good and get me drunk. Yeah. I got to drink 6 of these. One, and I'm sipping on it because I don't think it's going to happen at all. I think the Magic close them out in Game 6 tomorrow night in Orlando and win this series. If it were to get back to a Game 7, I still am confident that Orlando can beat Detroit on the road because they already did it all the way back in Game 1. And I think the Magic are winning this series. I think Detroit is cooked. So only 1 beer for me because I don't think Detroit's coming back.
I'm going to go 3 beers. I'm not supremely confident, but I'm going to get a little something out of it. For the record, I think I had my first taste of beer when I was 7. Thank you, Grandpa. that's how we roll the Evans family. Oh, hey, Grant's coming over here. Grandpa's going to share something with you. Take a sip on this Budweiser. Oh, okay, Gramps. Chug. Oh, that's disgusting. Blech. That's how I felt in the moment, and now it's delicious. Anyway, I think the Pistons have a really good shot. Not an extraordinary shot, a really good shot, or a good shot of beating the Magic in the next game, taking it back to the land of Little Caesars and winning this thing. Kate Cunningham's probably going to have to be Superman yet again. Ribbles in the cape. We're going to see if the secondary and the tertiary scores step up. Maybe it's Duran. Maybe it's somebody else. Harris. I don't really care who it is, but I just have in the pit of my stomach a belief they're going to be at Orlando in Game 6. They're going to go back to Detroit, and they got a really good shot of winning the whole shebang and proving all the doubters, including you, wrong. So 3 beers, somewhat confident, just not supremely confident.
Yeah, by the way, I did have a sip. I think my dad, I don't even think this beer even exists anymore. It might have just gone bankrupt or defunct or whatever the brewing company was. Meister Brau. You ever hear of Meister Brau? I think it actually was originated in Chicago. Yeah,
Wow.
that's my
No,
dad
not
used to
familiar
drink
with
that.
Meister.
I'll never forget. That was like my when he's like, "Hey," he goes, "Well, you want to try it? You want to try it?" And I was like 10, 8 or 9, 10 years old, and I gave it a sip, and I was like, "Oh." But yeah, I think the actual first time I tried to sneak a beer was when I was in 8th grade. So, all right, so
Sounds
you're a
about
little
right.
bit more confident. Yeah, you're a little bit more confident in the Pistons coming back than I am. Let's do two more here, Brad. Next one, football. Though Malik Neighbors, Kyler Murray, and Daniel Jones will be in the conversation, Patrick Mahomes is practically a shoo-in to win AP Comeback Player of the Year, which is plus 150 odds right now at BetMGM this upcoming season. How many beers on Mahomes winning Comeback Player of the Year?
5 out of 5. If you had the keg tapped, I'll do a keg stand. Like, come on, man. It's inevitable that Mahomes got to, beat the doctor's prognosis. He's got to be out there week 1. He's got to look like he's 100%. He's got to be somewhat mobile. And he's just going to go out there and sling the pigskin around. Now, last year, it doesn't really instill a bunch of confidence because you look at the advanced data, he was only number 28 in adjusted completion percentage. That was a career low. He was number 26 in deep ball completion percentage, number 25 in red zone completion percentage. They got Rice Worthy. Looks like Tyquan Thornton's going to be the WR3. Guy can really stretch the field. Big play receiver. Decent. Travis Kelce comes back. Yeah, he's lost his step, but can be serviceable. And I think the ground game of the upgrade with Kenneth Walker, the third, is going to help this offense overall. Pretty rigid and robust offensive line. Mahomes going to be spinning spirals like crazy. Probably put up some stupid numbers in the process, defy all the expectations. He is going to win Comeback Player of the Year. This should be more like minus 150 in my estimation.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's I just, who's winning this over him? Who's winning this award over Patrick Mahomes? He's eligible for the award because they have him in the market. He's eligible for the award, even though he picked up that injury late in the season. Who's having a better season than Patrick Mahomes? Malik Neighbors? Like, Malik Neighbors would have to put up like 1,600 yards and 12 touchdowns to win this award over Mahomes. Kyler Murray and Daniel Jones would have to put up better numbers than Patrick Mahomes. And I know Daniel Jones for the first half of the season last year was, but come on. I agree with you. This is 5 beers for me. Mahomes winning AP Comeback Player of the Year. That might be the easiest thing to predict all season next year in the NFL. 5 out of 5 for me. Big time. All right, finally.
Yep.
Currently plus 200 to make the postseason on BetMGM. The New Orleans Saints, will be one of the biggest surprise playoff teams this upcoming NFL season. Brad, you feeling frisky when it comes to New Orleans?
Yeah, I'm catching a buzz. It's 4 beers for me out of 5. Look, this defense was top 10 according to the EPA data last year. They were exactly number 10, number 12 in dropback EPA defense, number 2 in rush EPA defense. I think they are going to be at least an above average level defense. And the offense is much improved in my estimation. Now, a lot of people are doubting Tyler Shuck. Maybe it was more of a mirage what you saw from him down the home stretch, but he was top 15 adjusted completion percentage, so the accuracy was certainly there. And now you bring in, you got Chris Olave, you got Vele, and you have Travis Etienne and Johnson as well. So I mean, they have got talent there now at the wide receiver position. Juwan Johnson at tight end, I should say, and Tyson at wide receiver. Jordan Tyson, who they drafted inside the top 10, number 8 overall. And again, you have Travis Etienne, who could do a little bit of everything. Maybe able to catch 25, 30 balls. Massive upgrade in the ground game. Decent offensive line. Like, I think the Saints are going to make the playoffs. I think the Saints are going to be better than the Bucs and the Falcons and the Panthers. I think they have a really good shot of winning the NFC South. So 4 beers for me.
I wish I could get there. I like Kellen Moore. I think he's a hell of a head coach. I like Tyler Shuck. He's kind of, flew under the radar for most of the season. He didn't play until halfway through, but then, almost like won the AP Rookie of the Year award, Offensive Rookie of the Year award right out from Ted McMillan's nose. I'm not as high on them as you are. It's a 2 beers for me, 2 out of 5 on the Saints making the playoffs. I still think the Panthers are better as the reigning champions of the division. I think the Atlanta Falcons are better. I love me some Michael Penix. I can't quit Michael Penix. But I think this year,
Yeah.
with Kevin Stefanski as the head coach and a new offensive system. I do think he's going to thrive as long as he stays healthy, and that's the biggest thing, is what is he going to look like coming back from another torn ACL. I still like Penix. And even the Buccaneers, who were disastrous down the stretch, and their defense is old, and they've tried to replace some of those aging veterans on that defense. I honestly, I would rather take the Buccaneers than the Saints. Like, I kind of think they're going to finish them last again here, Brad. And maybe this division is well, yeah, look, and this division is always log jam. Last year, 8-9, 8-9, 8-9, 6-11. Like, just mediocre as all hell. It'll probably be something similar to that. Like, you're telling me the 4 teams have, 2 have 9 wins, 1 team has 8, 1 team has 7. I would say, yeah, sure. But I do think the Saints will probably be that team that is 7-10, maybe at 8-9 at best. I just not a believer. I got to see what their schedule looks like in another 12, 13 days when we get the schedule release. But I think Tyler Shuck is okay. I don't think he is anywhere near the best quarterback in this division. And I still think the Saints offensive line has a lot of work to do. So not nearly as high on them as you are.
All right. We'll agree to disagree.
Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That was a fun segment, Thirsty Thursday. How many beers are you putting on any of those statements? You want to weigh in? Again, the phone number is 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll hand out some more NFL draft grades for the Kansas City Chiefs, for the Raiders, and for the Chargers. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Well, we are nearing history here for the New York Knicks. Looks like they were going to have a chance to do it about a minute ago. I don't think they're going to break the record, Brad, but the most points in a playoff game in NBA history is 87. The Thunder actually did it last year against the Nuggets in a half. Before that, you got to go back to the Bucks in the 70s. But the Knicks have 83 points right now with under 30 seconds to go in the first half. They lead the Atlanta Hawks 83-36. This is one of the biggest blowouts in a half in NBA history, playoffs or regular season. The Knicks have led by more than 50 multiple occasions here in this second quarter. And Brunson misses on a turnaround three. So it's halftime, 83-36, a 47-point lead for the Knicks in a closeout game. Largest halftime lead in NBA playoff history. There you go, 47-point lead. Utter beatdown. I don't know if the Atlanta Hawks franchise is ever going to come back from this. I mean, how do you respond to having your season ended basically in the first quarter in a game like this? You're on the wrong side of history. This is just no good for the Hawks. I feel bad for anybody that spent American currency on going to this game tonight. If you're a Hawks fan, I'm sorry. I really am.
Do you really feel sorry for him? I don't think you do. As a diehard New York Knicks fan, I mean, you're elated. You're on cloud, not even 9, like 9,000 right now, based on that scintillating first half performance. On the record, folks, the New York Knicks franchise record for most points in a playoff game, and it's a tie. They did it last year, had 135 in a game, and you go back to 1990, they also scored 135 in a playoff game as well. That is very much in jeopardy tonight, as they could go and maybe hang on 140 in totality. But, they're going to be hard pressed. Obviously, you're going to rest a lot of your starters here in the second half. Atlanta is already dead and buried. I mean, there's really no point in maybe they're just going to, surrender and wave the white towel immediately and just be like, hey, we're done. We're gonna take our ball and we're gonna go home, because there's no point in the second half. This sucker is over, and it's been over really since the first about 6-7 minutes into the game. New York is opening up a can of whoop ass and body slamming the ATL. I feel so sorry for the Atlanta fans. It's been all their hard-earned capital to go out there and buy tickets to watch this just beatdown of epic proportions. Pat, no, you're not. You're absolutely elated, and you should be.
Oh yeah, baby. All right, let's get you a different scoreboard update here, though. Celtics Sixers, 4 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Game 6 in Philly. Sixers have to win it to force a Game 7. They lead the Celtics 15-14 right now. Jason Tatum leading the way for Boston, 5 points and 4 rebounds, so a good start for Tatum. Meanwhile, for Philly, Joel Embiid, 5 points, 4 rebounds. Him and Tatum have like the exact same scoreline, by the way. They both have 5 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. So the two stars dueling it out right now. Sixers up by 1 in the first quarter. And then on the ice, one playoff hockey game in action right now. The Dallas Stars season is on the line. They trail the Wild 3-2. Game 6 in Minnesota, the Wild lead at 1-0 at the end of the first period with the lone goal coming from Quinn Hughes. Quinn Hughes, the hero for Team USA. Quinn Hughes, 6 minutes and 23 seconds into the first period with the assist from Marcus Foligno and Nico Sturm. The Wild lead the Stars 1-0 before they start the second period. All right, Brad, all week long we've been giving out our NFL draft grades, and this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Let's get to the Kansas City Chiefs here because they made one of the first big trades in the first round, going from 9 to 6 to take Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU. Then they took Peter Woods, D tackle from Clemson, R. Mason Thomas, edge rusher from Oklahoma, and then they added some a corner, Jaden Kennedy from Oregon, and then they added some offensive pieces at the end of this draft. Emmett Johnson, running back from Nebraska, Cyrus Allen, receiver from Cincinnati, and then with their last pick, Garrett Nussmeier, quarterback from LSU. So, Brad, how do you think the Chiefs did in this draft?
Yeah, look, I think the Kansas City Chiefs did a pretty decent job when it's all said and done. I look at Renee Bugner's chart, tracking all of the analysts and their grades. The official GPA on a 4.0 scale, 3.40. That was the 7th highest of any NFL team. I liked the Delane pick. Obviously, with McDuffie no longer part of this franchise, you need an upgrade there at the quarterback position. They had to trade up. I didn't really like them trading up to get Delane because I think Delane would have been there if they would have remained at their position at number 9 overall. I like the Peter Woods pick a ton. I think Woods, a very athletic guy, really get after the quarterback, collapse a number of pockets, pretty underrated. Defensive lineman out of Clemson, got him at number 29. As you already laid out, and some of the other key picks, adding some additional defenders, a little bit of depth at the offensive positions. I'm going to give him a B+. Not quite an A, but a B+. I might have given him an A if they would just remained at 9 and didn't trade up for Delane. Outside of that, damn good draft.
Yeah, I give him a C+. I hated the trade. I hated the trade up to 6. And if you lost out on Mansour Delane, okay, you still had other needs that you could have attacked here in this draft. The Kansas City Chiefs, they needed an edge rusher, right? I mean, did you want to then maybe have to reach for Reuben Bain? I understand you didn't want to make that pick. They really wanted Mansour Delane, and, sometimes if that's your guy, you go and get him. But I agree with you, Brad. I still think he would have been there at 9. They need a receiver. They need a D tackle. You like Peter Woods from Clemson. I don't think it was a very sexy draft from the Chiefs. And, look, sexy doesn't win you NFL championships. And Brett Veach and the Chiefs front office have drafted very well in years past. I hated the trade to go up to 6 to get Mansour Delane. They still ended up having that other first round pick. So they took 2 in the first round and, they got their main needs: corner, D tackle, edge rusher. Garrett Nussmeier at the end. We'll see. Maybe some insurance in case Mahomes gets hurt, or, maybe who knows? I mean, we could be looking at a weird society in 3-4 years from now if Patrick Mahomes is no longer elite, but it is an insurance pick for sure with Garrett Nussmeier. I just give it a C+. I really wasn't in love with it. I really wasn't. All right, let's go to the Las Vegas Raiders. Of course, Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall. And then they took Traden Stukes, who they just signed to a contract today. Safety. They got Kieron Crawford, edge rusher from Auburn. They added some offensive line help. Trey Zune, center from A&M. They got a couple of corners. They got the running back Mike Washington from Arkansas, receiver Malik Benson from Oregon. But, of course, Fernando Mendoza headlines this draft class for John Spytek and the Raiders. So, Brad, how do you think the silver and black fared?
Yeah, again, the consensus GPA, 3.68, the second highest, as you probably would have expected because of the Fernando Mendoza pick at number 1 overall. And I love that pick, obviously, and that was an area of need. My favorite pick of Vegas's entire draft, taking the chance and clacking and rolling the dice on Jermon McCoy, quarterback out of Tennessee at number 101. Pat, if I recall correctly, you thought McCoy had a chance to go in the first round. And then the news came out about the likeliness of getting a second procedure on his knee coming off the ACL injury. So they're enhance the obvious risk with his first year valuation, and he plummeted in the draft all the way to a day 3 pick. But the Raiders getting him early in day 3, I thought was a monster win. A guy, when he is healthy, is enormously talented. And this is a defense, last season, number 20 in EPA per play defense, number 23 in dropback EPA defense. They need a lot of help on the back end. Stooks, they check that box. But the fact you get McCoy for a steal of a deal at 101 overall, I felt was the steal of the overall draft. Any franchise, any player. Again, I know the downsides that are associated, but even if you were to sit out and get that second procedure in his rookie year, think about the long-term value if he gets back to the player that we saw at Tennessee. Just enormous upside. So I honestly really love Vegas's overall draft. More so not a Mendoza, which was inevitable, but that McCoy pick coming up at 101.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of their draft as well. A- for me. Can you not give him an A when you knew they were going to get Fernando Mendoza? Like, can you say, well, I got to put the Mendoza pick aside? Like, again, they were so bad, they get Fernando Mendoza. So, like, A for that. You love the Trevon McCoy pick. I do as well. At a certain point, you got to stop somebody's slide. And like you said, if he even has a second surgery this year and doesn't play or misses most of the season, all right, you got him for the long term. You got him for the future. That's a guy that, like I thought, that a lot of people mocked to be a first-round pick. I like the Traden Stukes pick as well from Arizona, the safety who may have also been a first-round pick if he didn't tear his ACL in 2024. But, quick as all hell, a 4.33, 40-yard dash, great in coverage as well. And then I like the running back pick, Mike Washington, to add as a compliment to Ashton Genty. Mike Washington is 223 pounds. And Brad, he ran a 4.33 40-yard dash. That is the fastest 40-yard dash time in the last 20 years for players weighing at least 220 pounds. You throw DK Metcalf and Isaac Guerrero in that mix. So you get another pass-catching factor for the Las Vegas Raiders, or a guy that is just an absolute burner that can burst through and run people over at the same time, can spell Genty. I like the draft for the Raiders. I really do. And I hated their draft last year with the Ashton Genty pick at 6 overall. So 12 months is a big turnaround here for John Spytek and the Raiders. I like their draft big time. Finally, Brad, let's hit the LA Chargers here. The Bolts with Joe Ortiz, the GM, Jim Harbaugh, the head coach. The Chargers went edge rusher Akeem Mesidor from Miami at 22. They improved that interior offensive line. Big need for them with the center Jake Slaughter from Florida. They get a receiver, Brandon Thompson from Mississippi State at 105. And then they added a couple of more linemen later in the draft. They add a safety, Genesis Smith from Arizona, and a D-tackle, Nick Barrett from South Carolina. What do you think of the Chargers draft? What's the grade you give them?
No, not out of this world, or really knock it out of the park. It's a solid C for me. Now, I will say this. I'll qualify it this way. Mesidor was a phenomenal pick. I really like that kid's skill set. And, edge was certainly an area of need. They filled that area of need with an extraordinarily talented guy, can really get after the quarterback. Kid out of Miami, of course, Ruben Bain maybe got more headlines. So Mesidor, in my mind, equally as talented as Ruben Bain. So I thought that was an excellent selection there. They needed some investments in the interior offensive line. With Slaughter, the center out of Florida, going with their next pick at number 63 overall, that filled that area of need. It's just, rather unexciting with some of the later picks they had. They just didn't have a whole lot of draft capital. I think they made the most of the opportunities, but due to lack of higher end picks, they got to get a C.
Yeah, I give him a B minus. I was a little bit more of a fan. I like the Akeem Mesidor pick from Miami. Again, with all the edge rushers that we had on the board, and then, Akeem Mesidor, the guy that lined up opposite of Ruben Bain and was able to get 12 and a half sacks this year, which I thought went largely under the radar. 4 forced fumbles,
It did.
63 total tackles in general. So he did a little bit of both run stopping and getting after the quarterback. And that guy went 22. I like that pick. And then they needed to improve the offensive line. The only thing that I'll maybe penalize them for was that they didn't take a lineman earlier, like a guard earlier. They obviously wanted Ione from Penn State. He didn't make it to 22. But then I thought guard was a bigger need than just a straight up center, which is what they do with Jake Slaughter. But I guess you could move guys around on that offensive line. And then I like Brennan Thompson, the receiver pick from Mississippi State. which they took him in the fourth round. A guy that's only 5'9", a $170, but put up over 1,000 yards last year and 6 touchdowns. And I think you add that speed element to this Chargers offense, and I think that he could fit in really nicely when you have Ladd McConkey, who we know can play on the slot and outside, Quentin Johnston, the bigger possession body receiver, and the tight end Oronde Gadsden coming back for his second year. I think you throw a speed burner in there like that, like Brennan Thompson, and I'm a fan of that pick, especially in the fourth round. So B- for me for the Bolts for this draft. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. When we come back, we'll give out some more grades. The LA Rams with their stunner of a pick with Ty Simpson. And also, we've got college basketball teams landing streaming deals now, exclusive games. Is this a sign of things to come? We'll get Brad's take on it and mine when we return. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Red Zone energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Second half underway, and the Knicks are nearly up by 60 now. They lead the Hawks 95-38, one of the biggest blowouts in history in the NBA playoffs. It was the largest NBA playoff history lead at halftime when the Knicks are up by 47, and they're now up by 57. So, I'm running out of things to say. This is quite literally maybe the biggest beatdown in the history of basketball that we're witnessing tonight. And then meanwhile, you got the Sixers and Celtics in a real tight game. We'll get you a scoreboard update in just a bit. But Brad, big news today out of college basketball. How about this? The Duke men's basketball team has signed an agreement, a multi-year deal with Amazon Prime Video to televise 3 major basketball games this year for the Duke Blue Devils. 3 marquee games as part of a landmark deal. Duke against UConn in Las Vegas on November 25th. That's going to be on Amazon exclusively. Duke against Michigan at the Garden on December 21st is on Amazon. And Duke against Gonzaga on February 20th in Detroit is on Amazon. Your initial take to seeing this, is this a sign of things to come here? Are more and more streaming services going to be going after college programs? What does this mean now in an era that has already become so crazy? NIL, transfer portal. Now streaming services are going to be treating college teams basically like they're professional teams.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, the immediate reaction. This is the initial foray for Amazon into the world of college sports, right? So, they're going to dip their toe in the water in college basketball. They're going to do it with an epic franchise in the Duke Blue Devils. And I think this will only lead to further dealings with other major college teams, whether on the hardwood or possibly the gridiron. When those rights come available, there's already people speculating could be the Ohio State down the road with some of their games airing on Amazon. And this is just the way it is in this day and age of streaming services. And you got a lot of deep-pocketed media companies, and they're trying to seize as many broadcasting rights as they possibly can. So why don't they go with established brands? And that's a key for Duke in this. It's going to bring in all kinds of insane NIL dollars. I thought you thought Duke was already getting some of the elites talent. Well, they're going to basically get all of the elites as a result of this, because they're going to be able to throw ridiculous sums of money at the feet of a lot of college players. The brand power for Duke is really going to grow. The international presence of Duke is really going to grow as well, as people can stream Amazon Prime in Europe and other parts of the globe. So that is going to help with recruiting. It's just a win-win-win, whether you're looking from the Amazon side of things or you're looking from the Duke side of things as well. I guess the downside is if you're a college basketball fan and you're really looking forward to these games, like the UConn game, as you mentioned, in November in Vegas, Michigan and MSG in late December, the Gonzaga game in late February, you're like, I'm not an Amazon Prime account member right now. Well, you're going to have to spend a little money if you're going to watch those games. I mean, that's just, it goes with the territory with all these streaming services. But I think it's just a brilliant across the board move for Amazon and for Duke. Really no losers except for the consumer who doesn't have Amazon Prime yet.
Yeah. And look, I mean, at this, I've laid down my sword. I've kind of put up, I'm done yelling and fighting about streaming services taking over sports. It's not going to stop. I mean, look at the NBA playoffs.
No.
You got the NBA playoffs on Amazon Prime and Peacock for basically every game here. ESPN has gotten a couple of them. And it's basically all Amazon Prime and NBA and NBC, which is airing national games. But if there's 2 games or more than that a night on NBC, the other one's going on Peacock, unless you're in that local market. So, it's not slowing down. So, I'm kind of done arguing and getting mad over streaming taking over sports and these leagues allowing it to happen. So, at this point, if you don't have Amazon Prime, which is the home of Thursday Night Football, and now you got NBA playoff games, Like, is that going to stop you from watching a couple of Duke games here? You know, especially if you're a Duke fan. You're all Duke fans are getting Amazon Prime now. They are because they love that team. They will follow that team no matter what happens. So, yeah, it's more dollars from Amazon Prime. You know, here's the thing though, Brad. Like, as a Notre Dame fan, the Irish have kind of already done this, not with streaming.
Yeah,
they've had NBC, televise their football games. Like, NBC is like the home of Notre Dame football for like 2 decades now. So I'm honestly a little surprised it's kind of taken this long for other deals like this to happen. And I think you're probably going to start getting more and more here now over the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, but there's only like a handful of schools that can get away with this, that have that kind of brand recognition and power, right? With the college football level, it's like Ohio State, it's Michigan, it's those caliber of schools. For college basketball, it's Duke, it's Kentucky, it's North Carolina. I don't really know if there's anybody else on this. Maybe UConn is a possibility to throw in that mix based on the incredible success that Danny Hurley has had, the years under Jim Calhoun as well. But it's really going to stop there. I don't think it's going to be, like mid-range, like Nebraska's of the world, whether you're talking about football or basketball. It'll be really interesting to see too with the leagues like Big Ten Network. Are they going to remain independent, or are they going to start really brokering additional deals? And of course, they got to deal with Peacock, and some of the games have been airing on Big Ten exclusively on Peacock. But maybe they're going to partner up with Amazon. Maybe they're going to partner up with a Netflix. Maybe they're going to partner up with another next, catch-all streaming service that's out there. This is just the beginning, folks. And a lot of the, watching of sports is going to continuously be splintered because the money keeps on flowing in.
Okay. All right, Brad, we'll bid you adieu for tonight, brother. Can't wait for a big Friday night show tomorrow. We'll talk to you then. Enjoy it.
Adios, amigos!
Coming up next, heads need to roll now for the New York Mets. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans. He's off for the rest of the week. And that means we've got 2 solo hours here the rest of this Thursday night. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. And if you do text in your question or your take, just let us know what your name is and where you're from, much like if you were to call, so we can get you featured on the show. And you can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. I cannot believe what's going on with the New York Knicks. I honestly, I feel like I'm in a fever dream. I cannot believe that this is real life. The Knicks have nearly led by 60 points in this game. They are molly-whopping the Atlanta Hawks. This is one of the biggest blowouts in NBA history. The Knicks are up by 54 points in the third quarter here in Game 6. They are moving on to the next round to play either the Celtics or the Sixers. And I say either the Celtics or the Sixers because Philadelphia leads Boston 44-38 right now. 4 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Sixers trying to force a Game 7. I'll get you more updates and more detailed analysis on those games in just a bit. But to start the hour here, I want to get right into a conversation that is top of matter all across baseball. And really, it's becoming one of the biggest topics in all of sports here. Because the Major League Baseball season, it has been unlike many have been able to predict. I mean, just let me read you off some of these records here. The Houston Astros are tied for last place in the AL West at 12-20. The Kansas City Royals, who many thought would be a playoff team this year. And you look at the Kansas City Royals with Bobby Witt Jr. and a good pitching staff. Yeah, they missed the playoffs last year, but they finished above 500. Made the playoffs 2 years ago, won 86 games. Looked like a team that could win 90 games. They're in last place in the AL Central at 12-19. The Boston Red Sox have already fired Alex Cora. They're in last place in the AL East. The Blue Jays, the reigning division champions, are still under 500 a month into the season. The Philadelphia Phillies have already fired Rob Thompson. They're 11-19. And they did have the worst record in baseball 2 days ago. Really, the only things that aren't surprising is that the Dodgers are atop the NL West. The Atlanta Braves are good again. The Yankees are atop the AL East. I mean, the A's are in first place in the AL West. The Mariners were struggling. They've finally gotten back to 500. But maybe the most shocking thing of all this season is that the New York Mets, with a $382 million payroll, if you don't factor in all the deferred contracts that the Dodgers have given out, the Mets have the biggest payroll in all of baseball with the richest owner in all of baseball and Steve Cohen. And the New York Mets are the worst team in baseball at 10-21. They have only scored 106 runs through 31 games. They've got the worst offense. They're in the bottom 4 in batting average. They're dead last in OPS. They're second to dead last in runs scored. And a lot of people are talking about, myself included, the last several days here on this show. Red Sox fired a World Series winning manager in Alex Cora. The Phillies fired their National League pennant winning manager from a couple of years ago in Rob Thompson, who took them to the World Series in his first year and has been to the playoffs 4 straight seasons. And yet the New York Mets, with the biggest payroll in baseball, coming off of a disaster of a season a year ago in which they missed the playoffs and went 83-79 in year 2 of Carlos Mendoza. are now the worst team in baseball, and Carlos Mendoza still has a job. And a lot of people that don't follow the Mets closely maybe don't understand what the dynamic of the team and the front office is like. So let me give it to you as somebody that, was doing shows in the New York market for several years on WFAN. I am from the New York City area. I have watched at least 100 Mets games over the last couple of years here. And I'm a big baseball fan. If Carlos Mendoza is going to get fired, President of Baseball David Stearns needs to get fired as well. And I think the Mets need to fire both of them. Fire both Carlos Mendoza and fire David Stearns immediately. Because enough is simply enough with this team. They are one of the biggest jokes in all of professional sports. Because last year, they were right there at the top in terms of payroll. Missed the postseason entirely. That was considered an epic failure. Epic failure. And this year, they're the worst team in baseball through 1 month. And they've got the worst offense in baseball. And they still have the highest payroll in baseball. How does that manager keep his job? And how does the guy who was brought here a couple of years ago to run the team coming over from the Milwaukee Brewers, where David Stearns did do a great job, right? He did a great job with the analytics and the small payroll baseball. He needs to go too. David Stearns, I've had enough of him. How can you get away with doing such a lousy F- job for basically the last 2 years now? How does he still have a job? And for a lot of people, again, here's the dynamics of the team. So Carlos Mendoza took over as the manager of the New York Mets for the beginning of the 2024 season. That was coming off of another very disappointing season with Buck Showalter, where Steve Cohen took over, the billionaire owner of the Mets, took over 5 years ago at this point. And the Mets fired Luis Rojas. They bring in Buck Showalter with a very good core team. The Mets won 101 games, and then they fizzled out in the wild card. The next year, the Mets go 75-87. They fire Buck Showalter. Okay, that's fine. It got stale very quickly. They bring in Carlos Mendoza. And in Carlos Mendoza's first season, the Mets looked like a disaster again. And then they had the summer of Grimace and the summer of Hawk Tuah Girl. And they brought in all these different cast of characters to throw out first pitches. The fan base. It was like a cartoon wonderland of characters that all helped spur the Mets to a miracle finish of getting to the postseason and then getting all the way to the NLCS and pushing the Dodgers to 6 games. Then they had Juan Soto. And they have this incredible team on paper that were World Series contenders. And they were an utter disaster in the second half of last season, and they finished 83-79 and missed the playoffs. So this is it's a make or break season, right? Well, here's the reason it can't just be Carlos Mendoza who gets fired. And honestly, I like Carlos Mendoza. I think he's a decent manager. I don't know how many managers would keep their jobs after the season that the Mets had last year and then a 10-21 start where you're the worst offense in baseball. But it's David Stearns who has built this team, and he's gotten the full backing of owner Steve Cohen. And that's why David Stearns has to go. David Stearns has to get fired. Because what the Mets did this offseason is they basically took the entire, just about the entire core of this team that got you 101 wins a couple years ago, then had a down year, then get to the NLCS, then regressed again and missed the playoffs entirely. A lot of people is talking about the core is rotten for this Mets team. They're not going to win a World Series. They're starting to get older. You're starting to you have to make a decision on giving out contracts or not. And so the Mets took one of the best and one of the all-time Met players here already in the franchise's history, Pete Alonso, who hits 40 home runs in his sleep, and they didn't even offer him a contract. They said, you know what? We don't need Pete Alonso. Not for a first baseman that is average at best on defense. Just because he hits 40 home runs and drives in 120 runs, we can get that production elsewhere. We can get it elsewhere. Even last season, when Pete Alonso hit a robust 272 at the dish with 38 homers and 126 RBIs. The numbers that he has routinely put up. The fewest amount of home runs Pete Alonso has hit in a regular season, in a full regular season, has been 34. Fewest RBIs, 88. It's a guy that basically averages about 115 RBIs per season and 40 home runs. And the Mets said, not even going to offer you a contract. Go take a hike. We're done with you. He goes to the Baltimore Orioles. And Pete's hitting under 200. He's not having a great season so far. That's besides the fact. Then the Mets took Brandon Nimmo, one of their also best players, one of their leaders, a guy that plays a great outfield, a guy that is a lifetime 263 hitter with an OPS over 800, a guy that for 3 years in a row hit at least 23 home runs. The last 2 years drove in over 90 runs. And they said, we're going to trade you. We're going to trade you to the Texas Rangers. And we're going to bring in Marcus Semien. Marcus Semien, who has a very high career WAR. We actually found that out on the list. You know, the game that we normally play on Fridays. But at this stage in his career, Marcus Semien is nothing more than a very good defensive second baseman that you're not expecting to hit for a high average anymore or hit a bunch of home runs. You know, he had 45 the 1 year with Toronto. And then he was still putting up mid-20 home runs. And then last year, the power dropped off in a big way. He hit 15, and you can see it. I mean, the guy he's 35 years old. So you're not expecting much offensively at this point from Marcus Semien. The Mets brought him in for defense. Hasn't even been that good defensively. And he's been brutal at the plate. Failure. That's a failure right there. Nimmo for Marcus Semien, failure of a trade. Then David Stearns, who again is basically the poster child and the golden boy for many front offices around baseball nowadays, where it's all about the analytics, right? It's all about analyzing guys, the exit velocity, the launch angles. And a lot of these modern day front offices with these Ivy League graduates, they get a bunch of flack because it's a bunch of quote unquote nerds that never played the game of baseball, that probably don't watch the game of baseball, but they look at numbers on the spreadsheet, Moneyball style, the Oakland A's from, the movie from decades ago. And they've gone all out with an analytical approach. And the Mets, despite having the richest owner in baseball, in many ways, David Stearns has run this team akin to how he's run the Milwaukee Brewers. They don't like to spend money on starting pitching because starting pitching is a dying breed. Starters only go 5 innings now. We don't want starters to go long. Modern day analytics tell us after the third at-bat, third time in the lineup, it's a disaster waiting to happen. Rely on the bullpen. Rely on the bullpen. Rely on the bullpen. Don't spend on starting pitching. Don't spend on starting pitching. Well, the Mets actually made a big trade this offseason in getting Freddie Peralta. But that was the biggest move they made. The last couple of years, the Mets have handed out bargain bin deals to starting pitchers rather than trying to nail down aces in free agency. And David Stearns has tried to get low-risk, high-reward players for both pitching and in the lineup. And another big trade this offseason for the New York Mets was getting Luis Robert Jr. from the Chicago White Sox. A guy that is often injured. When he is healthy, he shows you flashes. He also strikes out a ton. But hey, modern day analytics for baseball, we don't care about strikeouts. You can strike out 180 times a year, 200 times a year. Strikeout, walk, or home run. As long as you do one of those three, that's all we care about, baby. That's modern day baseball. We don't care about singles. We don't care about playing small ball. We're smarter than you. We know on paper what wins baseball games. And so the Mets traded away a couple of their young prospects, including Luis Angel Acuna, who's a very good prospect infielder, because the Mets brought in Marcus Semien. He was going to be a whiz playing second base. And one player that the Mets continue to gamble on is Brett Beatty, who has basically shown you over the last several years that he can't cut it at the major league level. And the Mets traded for Luis Robert Jr., and they're paying him $20 million this season. And you know where Luis Robert Jr. just ended up on today? On the injured list. Again. A guy that's often injured gets injured again. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Certainly not David Stearns. So you see the picture here. Every gamble, every move that David Stearns has basically made so far this offseason has been a complete and total zero. He has built the worst team in baseball with the richest owner in his back pocket. That's tough to do. That's nearly impossible to do. And I know there's a lot of Mets fans. I know a lot of friends that are Mets fans, and I read a lot of Reddit boards, I read a lot of social media, and I listen to reporters, and I follow the team closely. I try to follow every team in baseball closely, but again, growing up in the New York City area, the Mets are a little closer to me than most. I'm a Yankee fan. The Yankees are closest. And I do some post-game shows, if you haven't heard by now, for the New York Yankees every year. And Mets fans just cannot stop defending David Stearns. The ones that are still defending him. Guy that, again, with the richest owner in baseball, has built the worst team in baseball. Every move he's made this offseason, complete failure. He got rid of the core and exchanged it and overhauled it for all these players. Low risk, high reward. It's been terrible. They've been god-awful. They're an abysmal, pathetic failure. And Mets fans will say, whoa, look at the Mets farm system. David Stearns is playing the long game. You don't get it. The Mets farm system was terrible when David Stearns took over. This is one of the best farm systems in baseball. Who cares if the Mets are bad this year? They got the best farm system in baseball now. And David Stearns, that's what he got brought here for, to build a farm system. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but, having a great farm system's great, but normally you got to get to the major leagues and then actually perform, right? Right? Prospects are prospects until they actually play at the big league level. So, excuse me for not defending somebody that has all the money and resources at his backing and has built an atrocity of a baseball team. I'm not going to defend that person. I'm not going to say, well, look at 3-4 years down the road. That is pathetic. The previous owners of the New York Mets, the Wilpons, were some of the cheapest owners in all professional sports. You no longer have that. You've got the richest owner in sports. This isn't a team. This isn't an organization that needs to be run for the future. This is an organization that needs to be acting like the Dodgers and spending and they are spending the money. Their payroll is still $382 million this season. But every single year needs to be building a team that is fit to win a World Series because you got the freaking money to do so. And David Stearns doesn't know how to do it. Doesn't know how to do it. And there's an arrogance about him that I can't stand. And the way that he's built this baseball club, it's arrogant. It's terrible. They're awful. And yes, they've been hampered by injuries. Juan Soto missed the first half of the month of this season. Missed the first half of this first month. Francisco Lindor, as soon as they snapped the 12-game losing streak that they went on, Francisco Lindor goes on the IL. He ain't coming back for a month. Polanco, who they brought in the offseason, that was another one of big David Stearns' moves. He's on the IL. And now Luis Robert Jr. is on the IL. And the offense can't hit worth a lick. Not only does the manager need to go, and I feel bad for Carlos Mendoza, but I'm sorry, you don't deserve to have the job still. It's It wasn't too early for the Philadelphia Phillies. It wasn't too early for the Boston Red Sox. And those are teams that had lesser expectations than the New York Mets. It can't be too early for the New York Mets. It's time to make a decision. Carlos Mendoza, and they just lost a series to the Washington Nationals. They just lost a game today against a starter that had an ERA over 8. You had a 12-game losing streak, as if that wasn't embarrassing enough. You snap that, you win a couple of games. Whoop-de-doo. You get swept by the Rockies, and then you come in and you play the Nationals with a couple of starters that should be in Double-A, and you get pounded, and you lose another series. Worst team in baseball with the biggest payroll and the richest owner. And you're telling me that the guy that built this team, the president, David Stern, still deserves to have his job? Are you freaking insane? Are you nuts? Carlos Mendoza, manager, should be fired tonight. And the president, David Stearns, should be right there with him. It is time to clean house for the New York Mets. Steve Cohen, you bought the New York Mets. You got billions and billions of dollars. You can sing, he's the big investor, .72, the guy that they made the show off of. He knows about investments. It's time to invest in a whole new regime for the New York Mets, because this one is a flat-out embarrassment. And enough playing the long game, enough giving David Stearns time to build this roster and build this organization. He is running it into the ground. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get you a scoreboard update here. Sixers trying to force a Game 7. The Knicks finishing off the biggest blowout in playoff history. And a couple of elimination games on the ice. We'll get you caught up when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
I'll be shipping up to Boston. The Knicks are going to be shipping up to Boston if the Celtics can take care of business and finish off the Sixers. But the Knicks, they're shipping up somewhere to the second round. That's for damn sure. Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. I basically have been in euphoria here for the last 2 hours of this game. The New York Knicks, this is one of the biggest beatdowns in NBA playoff history. And it's close to being up there for one of the biggest beatdowns in any NBA game in history. The Knicks had a 60-11 run in the first half, authoring there's no superlative that you can give out. Belt to ass, molly wop, beat down, bite down on the curb. The Knicks basically just walked into the Atlanta Hawks building, and it looked like an NBA team playing a high school team. That's what it looked like. That might be doing it. That might be giving the Hawks too much credit. After the first 5 minutes of this game, it was over. The Knicks lead the Hawks 133-78 with 6 minutes left to go. Quick math, the Knicks are up by 55 points. They've led by as many as 61. They've already broken the record for the largest lead at half in an NBA game in playoff history when they are up by 47 at halftime. And they're chasing down history here. Largest win, in a playoff game in NBA history. Twice, 58-point win. The Nuggets beat the Pelicans 121-63 back in April of 2009. And the Minneapolis Lakers, that's right, before they became the Los Angeles Lakers, the Minneapolis Lakers beat the St. Louis Hawks 133-75 in March of 1956. A couple of 58-point wins. The Knicks are up by 55 right now. The most recent gigantic blowout win was actually last year, when the Cleveland Cavaliers beat the Miami Heat by 55 points. That was the fourth biggest playoff win of all time. And last year, the Thunder beat the Grizzlies 131-80. They beat them by 51 in the first round. This series, the Hawks led this series 2-1. And then the Knicks won by 16 points in game 4. The Knicks won by nearly 30 last game. And they are up by 55 with 5.5 left to go. I just, again, in the first quarter, I was talking with Brad and saying, this is just a game where you just kick back and relax. And if I wasn't on the air, you could start drinking, pour yourself a drink, start celebrating, moving on to the second round. Knicks will either play the Sixers or the Celtics. And I'll just give you a couple of numbers here in the box score, because this was made possible by OG Anunoby. I think he made his first 6 shots of the game. He scored 29 points and had 7 rebounds. Karl Anthony Towns corralling a couple of offensive rebounds in the first half. He gets his second triple-double of the series, 12 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists for Cat. Mikal Bridges with 24 points and Jalen Brunson with 17. But basically, you're asking, how did this happen? The Knicks essentially took every missed shot from Atlanta and every turnover, which the Hawks have 19 turnovers in this game. And the Knicks basically turned every possession into a fast break. The Knicks have 31 fast break points. And they have 26 points off turnovers. That's how you get one of the biggest blowouts in NBA playoff history. Every shot the Hawks missed and every turnover, it was immediate fast break dunk. I swear to God, I'm doing the show while I was watching the game on, I got the game on silent, obviously. And I felt like every time I looked over, every 30 seconds, it was fast break dunk, fast break dunk, fast break dunk. I'm like, what is happening? What is happening here? Like, if the Hawks intentionally tried to lose this game, I don't know if they could have drawn up a better game plan. So, oh boy, pardon me, Knicks fan. I got my Knicks hat on. If you're watching live on YouTube or on Twitter, I just cannot I can't get over this. I can't get over it. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, we are looking more and more like we're headed to a game 7. The Sixers at the half led the Celtics 58-49, up by 9, and they have already extended that lead to a 14-point advantage. The Sixers lead the Celtics 65-51 early on in the third quarter. Boston, they're actually not even shooting the ball that poorly, which is a big surprise. We talked about the 3-ball. The Celtics are, well, they were shooting 40% from deep. Now they're at 38%, but that's not even, that's, last game they were an abysmal. They were under 30%. They're shooting 45% from the field. The problem for the Celtics, they can't stop turning the ball over. They got 11 turnovers. Meanwhile, the Sixers offense, they're getting everything they want. And Tyrese Maxey is dominating this game. He's got 21 points. Embiid's got 13 points and 6 rebounds, and Paul George has 14 points. The Sixers are shooting 41% from deep. But again, it's the turnovers that are killing the Celtics in this game. Philly scored 15 points off of turnovers so far. They're winning the battle in the paint. The Sixers have taken 12 more shots because they've out-rebounded Boston by 1, and they've turned the ball over half as many times. It's a 13-point lead for the Sixers, so keep you posted on that. But, boy, we could be headed back to Boston for a Game 7, and in a series that nobody gave the Sixers a chance to win, and rightfully so. All of a sudden, Joel Embiid came back for Game 4. He looked terrible. He looked like he would not, I shouldn't say terrible. He put up numbers, but he was extremely inefficient. He kind of withered his energy levels where he was certainly not in condition, not in shape. And then all of a sudden, last game, he was an animal. And so far today, he looks pretty damn good again. And Tyrese Maxey is dominating this contest. Meanwhile, on the ice, elimination game for the Dallas Stars. They trailed 1-0 after the first period. Well, Dallas quickly responded in the second. Wyatt Johnston with a power play goal, and then Maverick Bourque putting them up 2-1 before the vet Vladimir Tarasenko tied things up for the Minnesota Wild. So they're about to start the third period. Season on the line for Dallas. Game 6 in Minnesota. They're down 3-2, and it's 2 goals apiece as they start the third period. And then meanwhile, you got Nuggets and T-Wolves about to tip off. That's an elimination game. And then you've also got Oilers and Ducks coming up at the top of the hour, and that's an elimination game for Edmonton. So it is a wild, electric night in the postseason. But as the first game is nearing its finality, it was never even a contest, and it is one of the biggest blowouts in NBA playoff history. Knicks up on the Hawks by 52 points with 2.5 minutes left to go. All right, we come back. I've got some Stanley Cup thoughts from the games last night, including the Golden Knights playing late into the night or wee into the early hours of the morning with a double OT winner, and why I think that series is not coming back to Vegas. I think they're going to finish Utah off in Game 6. Plus, the series that keeps on giving, the Canadiens and the Lightning. We'll talk a little puck when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
scores, sharp options. No waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. Let's get some Twitter interaction coming through here. We got at Sir Chavez saying, Pat Boyle going absolutely scorched earth on Mets manager and GM. Yes, you are dang right I am. I said the Mets need to fire manager Carlos Mendoza and President David Stearns immediately. They're the worst team in baseball. They are a joke. They've got the biggest payroll in baseball, and David Stearns has built a loser. I tweeted this is one of the biggest blowouts in NBA history about the Knicks and the Hawks, which, by the way, it has gone final, and the Knicks end up winning. Not an NBA record, but they did lead it by as many as 61 at one point. The Knicks beat the Hawks 140-89, a 51-point victory. And I said, this is one of the biggest blowouts in NBA history. The Atlanta Hawks franchise might never come back from this. Knicks ended this game in the first quarter. And James Hawk said, as Marv Albert would say, extensive garbage time. That is right. Jason Derwin checks in. Most lopsided beatdown ever put on in a half by these New York Knicks. It was the largest halftime lead in NBA playoff history. Michael Smith tweets in, they may move back to St. Louis. Yes, when they were the St. Louis Hawks. And they were part of one of the other biggest blowouts in NBA history. I did tweet, we want Boston. And one of my Boston listeners, JD, says, no, you don't, Pat. Stop. You better worry about the Celtics, JD, before you worry about the Knicks wanting and Knicks fans wanting the Celtics. Because right now, Boston trailing Philadelphia by 15 points. 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. We've got a 949 number texting in. Hawks wanted the smoke after the series was tied 2-2 and got it 3 straight times by the Knicks to boot them out of the playoffs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The Hawks were up 2-1. And CJ McCollum talking about, Jalen Brunson flopping like it's on Broadway. And the Hawks were getting full of themselves. And the Knicks just literally absolutely have annihilated them for 3 games in a row to send them home. To send them packing. But I wanted to talk. So those are your 2 NBA score updates. Again, Wild and the Stars are tied at 2. If they are 5 minutes into the third period, if the Wild win, they knock the Stars out. And after 3 straight trips to the Western Conference Finals, that ended in a loss. And the Stars firing their manager, Pete DeBoer, Greg Lutzen, in his first season, might get bounced in the first round. And the Oilers and the Ducks coming up tonight. But 2 games last night that I wanted to just spend a couple of minutes on here with some thoughts. This Lightning Canadiens series it's one of the best first round series I've seen in quite some time. So you got game 6 coming up tomorrow night. The Canadiens lead it 3-2. It's going back to Montreal. They've got a chance to close it out. Every single game has been decided by 1 goal. The first 3 games went to overtime, and there has not been a lead larger than 1 at any point in any game this series. By the way, some breaking news. I'm watching the game on my screen here. It looks like Jason Tatum is headed towards the Celtics locker room. Walking under his own power, but it looked like Jason Tatum was definitely walking towards or in the Celtics locker room. So that is something to keep you posted on for sure. But this, back to this Canadiens Lightning series, neither of these teams have led by more than a goal. Not even for a single second. This has been an awesome series. Awesome series. I can't wait to be talking about this game while it's going on tomorrow night for game 6. But, Lightning backs against the wall. I wouldn't count this team out. Not when you've got Andrei Vasilevsky in goal. Not when you got Ryan McDonough, who's got all the postseason experience in the world. Not when you've got Nikita Kucherov or Anthony Cirelli. Just some of these Lightning players who won the Stanley Cup for a second straight season when they knocked Montreal out of the playoffs and when they beat them in the Stanley Cup final in 2021. As a rematch of the Stanley Cup final, which you probably will never get again, because remember, that was when they basically for the COVID season, or there's this season coming back from COVID, and NHL was like, all right, we're going to scrap the Eastern and Western conferences because we want the teams to play close together. We'll have basically pool play. And so they did away. It was the Stanley Cup semifinals and then the Stanley Cup final. I'll never forget, because my New York Islanders had a chance to take the Lightning out and then lost them in devastating fashion for the second straight year. So then we had the Stanley Cup final was the Canadiens and the Lightning that year. You probably never get that again unless you get conference realignment. But you still got plenty of guys on this Lightning team that have stared defeat in the face and slapped it away. I'm not counting the Lightning out, but this is an awesome opportunity here for the Montreal Canadiens. And when you know it, they got one of the best players in recent memory as their head coach now, Martin St. Louis. And they got Jakob Dobes in goal, who's playing awesome. He's got a save percentage over 900 in this series. But Montreal is looking to win their first playoff series since 2021, the year that they went to the Cup final. And you got to think the way that the Habs are playing right now, they might have the best chance out of any Canadian team to break the curse. Last time a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup were the Montreal Canadiens back in 1993. It's been a long 33 years. You look at the other teams north of the border in the playoffs, Ottawa, already gone. Edmonton, the Oilers, the two-time reigning Western Conference champions, down 3-2. That's it. That's it, just those three teams. Ottawa's already done. Edmonton's down to their last breath. Montreal Canadiens might be the best shot. Might be the best chance for a Canadian team to win the Cup this year. But expect Friday night, expect tomorrow night at the Bell Center in Montreal. It's going to be a raucous experience. It's going to be a raucous atmosphere. The crowd is going to be deafening. And I wonder if it is going to create pressure. I wonder if the crowd will actually create a negative reaction for the Canadiens players, for the Habs. If it'll actually be that you're playing in front of that home crowd that is starving, ravenous for a win, and instead of firing you up, it actually makes you, or it might fire you up too much, might make you anxious. Lightning have been here before. Now, sure, again, this isn't 2021. It is a different team, but I mentioned all those players that are on that core. Those core players, Kucherov and Vasilevsky and Cirelli and McDonough, that have been here before. They've done this before. They've been in Game 6s. They've been in Game 7s. They've had to win Game 6s on the road. And I know when you look at this series, Montreal has already won in Tampa Bay twice. So why couldn't they do it in a Game 7? A Game 7 is much different. I think this is, you look at some of the series here in the NBA playoffs, and you look at some of these series here in the Stanley Cup playoffs, I think you've got a couple of teams with Game 6 opportunities to win it in their own building, and if they fail to do so, I don't see them winning a Game 7 on the road. I don't see Montreal winning a Game 7 in Tampa Bay. I think they got to close it out in Game 6 tomorrow. So you got that series, and then the late game last night. I didn't stay up to watch it because I think it ended at about 2:30 in the morning. But the Golden Knights finding a way to get it done in a series in what has been another tremendous series with back-and-forth games and comebacks and big rallies. Golden Knights again down 4-3 last night in the final minute. And they find a goal from Dorofeyev to tie the game with 53 seconds left to go. and then they go on and win it on a shorthanded goal from Brett Howden in double overtime. I think that was it for the Mammoth. And I thought the Mammoth, the way that they lost game 4 in overtime, I thought that swung all the momentum back to Vegas. And I didn't think the Utah Mammoth were going to be able to recover from that. I mean, they had the lead with under a minute to go. But the inexperience that team has, they couldn't do it. They couldn't hold on. And the experience that Vegas has and the talent that Vegas has, able to get that goal in the final minute of regulation. Plenty of chances in OT. Nobody could come through. And then Brett Howden on the short-handed goal in double overtime pushes the Golden Knights to the brink of victory. I think it wouldn't surprise me if Utah sends it to a Game 7. I don't see them winning this series, though. I don't see them winning this series. 2 back-breaking losses in a row. How can you respond to that? How do you respond to that? Well, Clayton Keller, the Mammoth captain, said, quote, "I think we're a confident group. We believe in one another and in our team, and I think these are the most fun games to be a part of. Down 3-2, we get to go home, play in front of our fans. If you're not fired up for that, then you got something wrong with you." Utah has had a third-period lead in every game so far in this series. And yet they're down 3-2. They haven't been able to hold the leads. If they get a lead in Game 6, you're going to feel that pressure again. Vegas has proven they can come back from any deficit they face. So if Utah gets the lead, they got to step on Vegas's throat. They got to put them away. They have got to put them away. But fun, hell of a series. Hell of a couple. I mean, they're playoff hockey, man. Playoff hockey is awesome. All right, 310-840-4910, number to join the show. When we come back, we're going to go to the guest line and talk to my pal Mark Malusis from WFAN and SNY. Talk about this historic Knicks win, if he thinks the Mets are going to fire their manager, and how the Yankees have one of the best records in baseball. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call the show, and yes, you can text the show. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Well, let's go to the guest line right after a historic beatdown of epic proportions by the New York Knicks, smoking the Atlanta Hawks 140-89 to win the series 4-2. They're on to the second round of the postseason. We're also going to talk some baseball with them. Let's bring in the Moose, Mark Malusis, hosts shows on WFAN, on SNY, the TV home of the New York Mets, and on Pix 11, where he's the sports anchor. Moose, what's going on, brother? How the hell you been?
Pat, what's cooking, man? How are you doing, buddy? Hanging in there.
I'm in euphoria. I feel like I'm in a fever dream here, Moose. What the hell did we just watch? That game was over in the first quarter. A 60-11 run in the first half. I mean, just what was that experience like for you watching one of the biggest beatdowns in NBA playoff history? When you, like I said, the game was over 10 minutes into it.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. I went outside and had a catch with my son Paul, so I had a baseball catch. I mean, there wasn't really much to watch. I mean, the Knicks hit everything. The Hawks hit nothing outside of that 9-0 run to, where they led the game 9-5. And then after that, the game was over. OG was fantastic. Mikal Bridges got going offensively. The Knicks had this is what you want to see, a championship-level performance, Pat, by this Knicks team in terms of, and that's the aspirations coming into it, at least get yourself to the NBA Finals and get through the Eastern Conference, which has been really entertaining up until this point in time, where the Philadelphia 76ers are well on their way to forcing a Game 7 in that series against the Boston Celtics. The Knicks played with their food early on in this series, trailed 2-1, but for the better part of the last 3 games, you can make the argument really when you look at the last 14 quarters, they've been a better basketball team. So, and it hasn't really been particularly close. So hats off to the Knicks. This is what championship teams do. When you have a team on the ropes, when you're clearly a better team, they went into this series, as you know, Pat, a favorite in this series. And they dealt with a little bit of a body blow early and responded really, really well. And tonight was a virtuoso performance.
Yeah, well, Moose, that's, what does this say about this Knicks team? Down 2-1 after watching them, smoke games 2 and games 3 in epic proportion on the final possessions. What does this say about the team's chances of winning a title with how they rebounded? I know that they're going to face a better team in the second round. I know that, if they get to the NBA Finals, it's likely going to be against just a wagon in the Oklahoma City Thunder. But just the way that they rebounded, getting, the kick to the stones in games 2 and games 3, the way those final possessions rolled out, and then they just completely just annihilate them 3 straight games. What does this say to you about the Knicks' chances of winning a title?
Winning a title, it doesn't really say, to be honest with you, Pat, listen, I'm a long-time Knicks fan. You're a long-time Knicks fan. You look at it, and this is great, right? I mean, this is what you want. You want these type of performances. You want not to be sweating it out in the fourth quarter, going possession by possession late in the game, or the Knicks going out there melting away. Does this maybe necessarily – tonight was the first time in a long time, I'll put it to you this way, where the Knicks had a championship feel to them. And I have not been able to say that. Even after their first, last 2 games, even after their Game 5 performance at Madison Square Garden, I expected that to be a daylight victory. But tonight, to go on the road with that place packed with Atlanta Hawk fans, Trying to get it to a game 7, which then you would expect the Knicks to win at home at Madison Square Garden and do this. It has the, air of a championship team. But as you mentioned, Pat, I mean, listen, they can get through the East. If it ends up being the Celtics, there's matchup issues that Boston has dealing with the Knicks front court. We'll see what happens with Orlando and Detroit, but Orlando's going back home with the ability to knock out and eliminate them. Cleveland leads the Toronto Raptors 3-2. I think the way that the Knicks have looked, they've looked like the best team, especially the last 3 games in this Eastern Conference. Doesn't necessarily mean they win their next series, but should they get themselves to an NBA Finals, and should it be Oklahoma City or San Antonio, I think you have to say, well, you take your shot. You never know how a series is going to necessarily play out, but you have to go into it and realizing that either of those 2 teams would be a favorite against the Knicks, and rightfully so.
Yeah, talking to Mark Malusis here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Moose does shows on WFAN in New York, SNY TV, home of the New York Mets, and he's a sports anchor for Pix 11 locally in New York City as well. Moose, Philly is, as you mentioned, I mean, they are routing the Boston Celtics here in the fourth quarter. They're up by 20. So barring a big Celtics comeback here, they're headed to a game 7. Moose, as a Knicks fan, who would you rather see the Knicks play in the second round?
I got to be honest with you. I'd probably rather them see the Celtics because of the front court issues when you're looking at Boston, the lack of depth when you're looking at the Boston Celtics. Even though they have Tatum and they have Brown, I think there are things that the Knicks can do defensively when you're looking at Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby on the wing. And obviously when you're looking at Jalen Brunson, I'd rather face Boston than, say, now with a healthy Joel Embiid, after that appendicitis, and you're dealing with, VJ Edgecombe, and you're dealing with, Paul George, and obviously Maxey and what the Philadelphia 76ers can do, the hatred between those 2 cities, obviously the rivalry. We saw those 2 teams match up, 2-3 years ago in the NBA playoffs. It was a wonderful playoff series. So I guess I would say I'd rather see Boston, but because I think the Celtics are, an interesting team from the sake of when they're hitting their threes, Boston looks, I mean, Pat, you see it. I mean, Boston looks unbeatable. But when they're not knocking down their threes and they have a poor shooting night, as we have seen at times in these NBA playoffs, the Boston Celtics look readily beatable. They really do. And, who knows where – I mean, that is going to be a pressure cooker of a Game 7 for the Celtics, even going back home. Philadelphia's got nothing to lose going into that game. Boston was the expectation where they were going to win this game, win the series. They were the favorite in the Eastern Conference coming into the NBA playoffs. And all of a sudden now they've got a Game 7 that they're looking dead in the eye against the Philadelphia 76ers. The one thing is, no matter who comes out of it, it benefits the Knicks. With their performance tonight down in Atlanta, Knicks have a little extra time off and a little bit of rest, and I think that's going to be the benefit to them early on in this series as well, whoever the matchup is.
Okay. All right. If I had it my way, I'd rather the Knicks play the Sixers because I got Moose. I got a lot of confidence that Joel Embiid, they will wear him down. And I know that you mentioned the issues with the Celtics front court, and I know the Knicks knocked out the Celtics last year. I still think Philadelphia, I think the Knicks would match up with them really, really well. Whereas it's with Boston, it's like a crapshoot, man. It's like when Alabama college basketball. It's basically like, all right, if they're going to hit their threes, there's almost nothing you can do. And I know that, the Knicks have OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, and last year they put the clamps on Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and then Tatum got hurt. But I still would rather play the Sixers, Moose. That's just me, though.
Yeah, I can understand that. Listen, Pat, I understand that you want to face I get scared or I get worried about Embiid, the generational player, and if he's able to stay healthy for the entire series, what he can do offensively, what he is as a leader, the fact that he takes away some of what the benefit of having Mitchell Robinson, obviously Karl Anthony Towns down low for the New York Knicks. What he can do. He can be an offensive nightmare, or a defensive nightmare when you're going up against them. You're looking at, since he's been reinserted back in this series coming again with the appendicitis, the ability, I think he's raised the level of everybody on that team. Some of the passes that he's making off of double teams as well. there's something to be said. I mean, listen, he's a former MVP of the NBA, so we all know how good Joel Embiid is. That would be the only thing that would be concerning for me, is that in a wide-open Eastern Conference, all of a sudden now you throw Embiid in the mix with Edgecombe, who's been an impressive rookie at Baylor, and then obviously we all know how talented Maxey is. If George has got his head screwed on straight and you get a good Paul George for a series, that would be the fear when I'm looking at Philadelphia. Listen, either of the two teams could beat the Knicks if things go right. I mean, but I understand your fear when you're looking at Boston saying, well, listen, if the Celtics are going out there and they're knocking down their threes, the Knicks are going to go out there and have themselves a long series. And now you look at a Knicks team where Mike Brown's specialty is more offense than his defense.
Yeah. All right. That's a fair point, Moose. Talking to Mark Malusis here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Moose, let's talk Mets. I mean, holy smokes, dude. Worst team in baseball, 10-21. Worst offense in baseball. Injuries, piling up. Lindor, now Luis Robert, Polanco as well. Should either of these two guys be fired? Either, none, or both? Carlos Mendoza and or the president, David Stearns, Moose. Do any heads got to roll here in the next coming days in Queens?
Well, I think the guy that's going to lose his job, Pat, before anybody else is going to be Mendoza, before David Stearns. I mean, Steve Cohen waited a while to get David Stearns out of Milwaukee. He really did. And then finally had the opportunity, brought him aboard. And, Stearns has made this a complete utter mess. And I'm not telling you that this is not a roster problem. It is a roster problem. But do I all of a sudden think that Steve Cohen this year during the season is going to fire the guy that he waited so patiently for and is paying a ton of money to run this organization as he sees fit? No, I don't think Steve Cohen's going to do that. I think the guy that's going to lose his job is going to be Mendoza. Listen, they got rid of basically his entire coaching staff during the course of the offseason. You look at it right now, and people want to point out, well, the team's not responding to them. They're not playing well. They're not doing this well. What exactly does this Met team do well? They lost Edwin Diaz, and I know he's hurt with the Los Angeles Dodgers, and replaced him with Devin Williams, who stinks. They can't hit the ball over the fence with consistency. They let Power and Nimmo and Alonso go. And listen, has he made some managerial gaffes? Yeah, probably. I would say, it's been 3 or 4 of them, but that's not the reason why this team is terrible. But Pat, we see it time and time again. The manager is the guy that's going to lose his job. You can't fire all the players, as the cliche goes. So the clock is ticking for Carlos Mendoza. I think the explanations that you're getting from him after games kind of leave you scratching your head a little bit. But the Mets are terrible. I mean, nobody's at the games. Nobody's watching. Guys are getting booed off the field. You can't even have, a mascot come out and save them. There's not going to be any hot Tua girl throwing out the first pitch.
Yeah, no Grimace
like
this year.
It's just no Grimace, no nothing. I mean, you can't even have the Hamburglar come out this year, Pat. I mean, it has just been absolutely dreadful. And we haven't even hit Memorial Day weekend yet. And the Mets have lost 17 of 20 games, and they just went 3-6 on a homestand against teams that are terrible. And they got swept by the Colorado Rockies, and they gave up 13 runs to the Washington Nationals. I mean, it is utterly and completely embarrassing. But, the guy that I think is going to lose his job, I think it's going to be Carlos Mendoza. Do I think he's mismanaged this team? That's why they're this bad? I do not. But I don't see the president of baseball operations. I don't think David Stearns is going to lose his job.
Wow. Okay. All right, so then Moose, what is it? I mean, are they really just this bad of a team? I think I saw John Heyman actually ask Carlos Mendoza that in a press conference in the last 2 days here. Like, are they just this bad of a team? Because if so, how do you not fire the president, the guy that built this team, the guy that basically was given the key to the organization from Steve Cohen, the richest owner in all of sports, and said, here, build this team how you want it. If he built the worst team in baseball, how does he keep his job? Because, how else can you explain how bad they've been? Again, I know injuries are part of it. Moose, they have the worst offense in baseball.
Pat, I'm not telling you he doesn't deserve to lose his job. There's two different things. Should he? Okay, yeah, he probably should, right? But the question is, will he? I don't think he will. Like, but the difference is, like, I think Mendoza's actually a good manager, but I think he's going to lose his job because of what he has to deal with and the lack of options and the lack of winning solutions. Like, here's the problem you look at. Yes, Stearns has built a dreadful team. He really has, and nothing has gone right. And now you lose, you lost Soto for an extended period, then now you lose Lindor for an extended period. Luis Robert is out. Bullpen's not particularly good. Yeah, Peralta, who can't get into the seventh inning. Kodai Senga looks like a stiff, or it has been a stiff. I mean, thank God for Clay Holmes. I mean, he's been really, really good. And obviously what you've gotten from Nolan McLean. Outside of that, it has not been all that much. But, should he lose his job? Yeah, it's embarrassing. I mean, to spend this kind of money and have this kind of product and to be this bad and non-competitive is really, really tough to see for a team that was thought there was going to be a 90-plus win team this year. And right now you look at it, you have a hard time envisioning that this team wins 80 games this year or 75 games this year. That's how bad it's been. And how does it look for this team to turn it around as presently constituted outside of Juan Soto becoming Barry Bonds? How exactly does it look? Because there's not really any solutions in the organization right now. And then I saw John Heyman, you mentioned him, write a column in the New York Post on Love Heyman saying that, maybe you have to go out there and look for potential trades, even though those trades are probably not going to happen at this point in time. I mean, Stearns has made this mess, right? Has built this pig pen, and now he's going to lie in it. So do I think he deserves to remain as president based on the team that he put together and the decisions that he made and got rid of guys that, even though they never accomplished their goal of winning a World Series, you knew what you were getting in McNeil. You knew what you were getting in Nimmo. You knew what you were getting in Alonso, and brought in guys and kind of rolled the dice and wanted to put this team as kind of having the money with the Milwaukee Brewer kind of a spin and a small market kind of spin. And they're terrible, and they're unwatchable, and they're boring, and it's bad baseball, and all they do is lose.
That's a pretty damn good summary there. All right, Moose, I'll let you get out of here, brother. I appreciate your time, man. And, if you're in the New York City local area market, make sure you catch Moose on SNY. He'll be doing TV, be talking about the same subjects. But, Moose, the Knicks are on to the second round, brother. 12 wins away from NBA champions. First one in over 50 years. I'm confident they do it, Moose.
Pat, from your lips to God's ears, man, first off, you're the best. I love you, and I wish you all the success, and I'm happy that you have your show on Westwood One. You're doing it on a nightly basis. I couldn't be happier for you, and anytime I get to talk sports with you is a good time. So let's go Knicks. Hopefully they get that NBA championship, man, and continued success. All right, brother?
Damn right. Hey, Moose, I appreciate that, brother. All the love, man. Thank you for the very kind words.
You got it, Pat.
There you go. The great Mark Malusis of WFAN and SNY. The Moose. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at Mark Malusis. All right, we'll take a short break. The number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll do a little hot or cold with producer Brandon Combs. Get you a score update. It's looking like it's headed to a Game 7 between the Sixers and the Celtics. And we got a tight one in Minnesota in another elimination game with the Nuggets and the T-Wolves. Plus, on the ice, it's the end of a season in Dallas. Fill you in when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Huge shout out to the Moose, Mark Malusis, one of the most respected voices in New York sports, WFAN and SNY. Thanks to the Moose for joining me last segment to talk Knicks, a historic blowout victory to knock the Atlanta Hawks out of the playoffs and move on to the second round. Talk about the Mets and whether they should fire manager Carlos Mendoza or President David Stearns, and just how this team could be so bad. Before we get to hot or cold, let's get a couple of updates here. It's all over but the shouting. It's all over but the final score. The Philadelphia 76ers are going to force a Game 7 against the Boston Celtics. There's just over a minute left to go. It's 103-89 Philly with another dominant defensive performance, holding the Celtics to just 89 points. I'll have more in-depth thoughts and reaction on that game in the final segment because there still is a minute left, and we've got to get you caught up here on some other scores as well. The T-Wolves, again, without Anthony Edwards, without Dante DiVincenzo, and then an hour before the game, no Ayo Dosunmu as well, the guy that scored 43 points in that winning Game 4 and has scored 18 points or more in 3 straight games. He's not playing, and they still lead the Nuggets 40-39, under 7 minutes to go in the second quarter. Elimination game for Denver. So that's a surprise. Even the Minnesota is home. They were 7.5-point underdogs when this one started. So looking to knock Jokic and Murray out of the playoffs. And then Oilers and Ducks. That's an elimination game in Anaheim. Ducks up 3-2. They can send Connor McDavid and the 2-time reigning Western Conference champion Oilers home with a win tonight. Scoreless in the first period. And then we do have another team into the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Minnesota Wild knock out the Dallas Stars 5-2. 3 goals in the third period. Couple of empty netters in the final 90 seconds. It was really a 1-goal game for the final 10 minutes. After Quinn Hughes gave the Wild the lead, his second goal of the game, 10 minutes into the third period, and then Matt Boldy with 2 empty netters in the final minute and a half. The Wild win the series 4-2. They're moving on to the second round to take on the Colorado Avalanche. That is going to be a hell of a series. And for the Dallas Stars, more postseason heartbreak. They got knocked out in the Western Conference Finals 3 years in a row. Fired Pete DeBoer last season, and year 1 under Greg Gulutzan, and they get bounced in the first round. Hell, tough draw. I mean, you look at the Pacific Division, and no team, I think, had more than 95 points. And you had, 3 teams in the Central with more than 100 points, Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota. So that was just a brutal draw, but it's the Wild and the Avs. The President's Trophy winner, Colorado Avalanche, now get the Minnesota Wild for a spot in the Western Conference Finals. That is going to be a hell of a second-round series. Okay, one last thing to update before we get to hot or cold. We do our daily segment on the show called Let's Go Streaking, where everybody on the crew picks one player in the baseball slate just to get a hit. And tonight, it was probably the toughest challenge we'll have all season long because we do the segment at 6:40 p.m. Eastern. So we only pick games that start at 7 o'clock or later. And on a getaway day today, where a lot of teams also had off, you only had one game after 7 p.m. Eastern. It was the Twins and the Blue Jays. And our video producer, Monty, who's the best at this between the 4 of us, he had 14 correct picks in a row before he finally missed one the other day, and now he's on a little vacation. So we got Max Sheedy filling in. We only had one game to pick from. And wouldn't you know it, the boys, the crew, went 4 for 4. A perfect night. Unbelievable. I took Josh Bell. He went 1 for 4 with a single in the 8th inning. Thank you for that final at-bat. Brad took George Springer. He had a couple of singles in his first 2 at-bats. Combs took Vladdy Guerrero Jr. He had a hit in the 8th inning as well. And Max Sheedy in his debut. In Max's debut, he took Ernie Clement, and Ernie Clement got a single in the 7th inning. So it's a 4-for-4 night for the Crew. And we always say, if you'd like to parlay these together, because we've gone 4-for-4 now 4 times in the last 2 weeks. That was plus 250 at our friends at BetMGM, and that was a W. So, Combs, I mean, this series, this segment, we know ball. We know ball. You want to take Monty out of the mix? You think we can't go 4-for-4? That's a little 4-for-4 special. You want to give us one game to pick from? No problem. No freaking problem. How about
yeah,
it?
hey, look, it's one of the things that took a little bit of exception when you said Monty's the best at this game. I would disagree. Monty had the longest streak so far, but I'm coming for him. I'm on my way. 7 straight. Look, 7 more to go, baby. That's all it takes. Just keep going, keep rolling. By the end of this, I plan to have the longest streak, and I plan to have the most unbeatable streak.
Is that so?
So bring it, Monty.
Wow, guy's on vacation. He can't even talk back. He can't even answer you, and you're talking smack.
That's why I'm saying it.
But Monty got 14 in a row to start.
Yeah.
You're only halfway there.
Mm-hmm. I'm like Bon Jovi, baby. I'm halfway there.
Yeah, exactly. You got to get another 7 in a row. You're getting a little too big for your skis here, Combs. And you don't even have the second best record. Actually, Combs, I love you. You got the worst percentage on the show.
You know what? I do, but I'm not. I'm 1 behind you. I'm 1 behind you. You're 14 of 17. I'm 13 of 17. I mean, come on. And to be fair, I don't have the worst percentage on the show. That would be the 0% that Zach Kroll put up. That's the worst percentage on the show. So, therefore, wait a minute. I like to.
Are you botching? I think you're botching my record. I thought I only had 2 incorrect picks so far throughout this whole thing.
First of all, I don't do the records. That's our guy Brad. He might be a little bad at math. He probably does this after the show while he's had some tequila in him. But no, I think you've had 3 incorrect. I'm pretty sure you have.
Well, no, because I thought I got one wrong on like the 3rd or 4th show, or like the 1st or 2nd show, and then I went on a 10-game streak. So I was like, at one point I was like 11 of 12, I thought, and then I got another one wrong, and I've gotten 4 in a row since.
I don't know. You have to talk to Brad. You have to take it up with the guy who does the records. I'm not the stat keeper.
Yeah, I mean, I'm calling BS here. We're botching the records. We're fudging history.
Better fight him. I could have sworn when he came back for vacation, he had his streak already at 4. I could have sworn he got one wrong before he went on vacation. I think he's just fixing the game a little bit to make himself, put his numbers up there a little bit. I think he's trying to. I think the fix is in, Pat. The fix is in.
The fix might be in. I got. Well, all right. Let me pause here. Let me do the math here. So I've gotten 4 right in a row. So that means before that I was 10 for 13, which means I would have been 10 for 12 when my streak stopped. Maybe that is right. Maybe I thought I had a streak of like 8 though. 10 of 12. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I got 2 wrong in the first 4 or 5, and then I went on like an 8-gamer or something like that.
Yeah, could have been.
I'm gonna start double checking, making sure that we're not fudging the records here.
I mean, we're gonna have to talk to. We got our pre-show meeting tomorrow. Maybe you and. Oh wait, actually, Brad's off tomorrow, so Monday, you and Brad will hash this out.
Okay.
And then we'll let Monty, the numbers guy, get in on it and be like, hey, Monty, is this right?
Now, baseball's a numbers game, man. It's all about numbers. 14 for 17 versus 15 for 17. That's difference of a Hall of Fame career right there.
I want to know how long before I get an elite rating on battersdashbox.com. That's what I want to know.
I wouldn't
Maybe
hold
after
your breath.
my first time you throwing to me, is that what I need?
Yeah, no, you'd have a negative rating. You'd be at the bottom of the list.
I don't know, man. I think it might be better than Judge.
Yeah, right. All right, let's take a short break here, Combs, and then we'll do hot or cold to finish off the show and give you one final scoreboard update along with these West Coast games, which are heating up quickly. Last chance to get aboard the phones, or if you want to text in, 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Final chance to get aboard the phones here or to shoot us a text at 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. So it's officially final. The Sixers beat the Celtics 106-93. Game 7 is going to be on Saturday. They have not released a time just yet because you got to see if the Nuggets and the T-Wolves go to a Game 7. And if they do, I would assume Saturday you probably get Celtics Sixers at 6 o'clock. And then my guess would be T-Wolves Nuggets 8:30 on Saturday. That's how I think the NBA is going to do it. Because those are you'd only have a max of 2 Game 7s in the NBA on Saturday. They don't care about whatever times the hockey games are. It'll be 6 and 8:30. That's my guess. I don't think they ever do a 3:30 on a Saturday. Now for a Game 7. If it was Sunday, it'd be different. But if you got 2 Game 7s on Saturday, Celtics Sixers has to be at 6 o'clock. Nuggets T-Wolves would have to be 8:30. If the T-Wolves win here, by the way, they're up 53-49 with 1:20 left to go in the second quarter. If the T-Wolves win and it's only Celtics Sixers on Saturday, then it's probably 8:30 regardless. I think you're going to have an 8:30 game no matter what. If we end up having 2 Game 7, Celtics Sixers get bumped up to 6 o'clock. That's my prediction. But yeah, Sixers win at 106-93. Boston's offense just looks completely dead. They look completely dead right now. 12 for 41 from deep. They shoot under 30% from deep. Again, not only that, Jason Tatum briefly went to the locker room in this game and then came back to the Celtics bench with an ice pack on his calf. And I'm not positive, I think it was the same calf that he tore his Achilles. So that is not a good sign. Tatum had an electric start to this game. He had 9 points and 9 rebounds at one point in the first quarter. He finishes with 17 points and 11 rebounds. And again, briefly went to the locker room and then came back to the bench. He played 29 minutes in this game. Again, Boston's offense looks dead, and they don't have a plan B. They do not have a plan B, and their front court is a major issue right now. Neemias Queta is getting dominated. And Nikola Vucevic, who they traded for from the Bulls at the trade deadline, he just can't hit water if he fell off a boat right now. He can't shoot. And when he can't shoot, he is basically useless on the floor. And Joel Embiid is dominating. He's dominating. I can't believe it. I cannot believe Joel Embiid coming off appendix surgery, a guy that has basically been injured all the time over the last couple of years when it really matters. And not having played in like 3 weeks, he looked terrible in Game 4 on Sunday, and now in the last 2 games, he's been awesome. Tonight, he struggled to shoot again. He went 6 for 18 from the field, but he finished 19 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists, and he was a +7. But Tyrese Maxey was the hero tonight for Philly, 30 points, and Paul George had 23 points. So maybe the process ain't broken just yet. They'll get one more crack in Boston, Game 7, where they already beat them in Game 5. And look, I just don't think it could be as simple as, Boston will hit their shots. Well, it's now 2 games in a row. And it's 50% of the games this series where they are miserable shooting from 3. Maybe we need to give Philadelphia more credit for the perimeter defense. Maybe we need to give the Sixers more credit for their defense. I'll tell you what, if Boston loses this series, a series where Joel Embiid did not play until Game 4, and in the first game he played, he was terrible, and it was 3-1. If Boston loses this series, look, I know the expectations were not high to begin the season because you had Tatum coming off a torn Achilles, but then to raise the expectations so high to the point where they were the favorites to win the Eastern Conference going into these playoffs, you end up blowing a 3-1 lead and you lose to Philly. Oh, man. That'll be a big-time failure. And Joe Mazzulla not going to lose his job. At least I don't think he should. They're not going to have any major shakeups to the core because, again, they already made a ton of major changes last offseason when they had to trade away so many players to keep this team under contract. You got Tatum and you got Jaylen Brown under contract for the foreseeable future. I don't think Derek White's going anywhere. And I'm not writing the Celtics, funeral here before it happens. Just saying, if they were to lose Game 7, this would be a season that didn't have a ton of hope to begin and then got you thinking they're going to win a championship to then crash back down. Oh boy, that would be one of the more epic roller coaster of emotions that ends in failure in quite some time. All right, let's get to hot or cold here with producer Brandon Combs. Halftime, by the way, T-Wolves up by 7, 57-50. Denver's got 2 quarters left to try to get things right here. You want to talk about a failure. You've been given a gift. No Anthony Edwards, no DiVincenzo. Ayo Dosunmu ruled out after he became a big fixture in the last 2 games. And the Nuggets can't win this game? Yikes. All right, Combs, let's get to a little hot or cold here. Where do you want to start, brother?
Yeah, quick scoring update. The Ducks have come alive. They now have 2 goals and 5 shots. They're up 2-0 on the Edmonton Oilers.
Wow.
In Game 6. Yes. This Anaheim team looks like a unit right now.
I know my guy Ross in New
Ross.
Jersey is probably going nuts right now. He picked him to win the cup.
Yeah. I was just going to say our guy Ross might have been onto something. I mean, I did have them beating Edmonton.
You did.
I did. But I just, man, this team looks really good right now. Really, really good. All right, hot or cold? I heard you and Brad talking about this earlier. And I have a feeling on it I want to talk about.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes will not be the comeback player of the year. Hot or cold?
Cold. I think, we did our Thirsty Thursday segment for the first time, 1 to 5 beers on how confident you are on something. And Brad made the prompt that Patrick Mahomes is basically a shoo-in for AP Comeback Player of the Year. And I said, yes, 5 beers. I'd be hammered off of this. So I think Mahomes is absolutely winning Comeback Player of the Year because who's having a better season than Patrick Mahomes? Out of Malik Neighbors, Kyler Murray, Daniel Jones, anybody. You want to take any? I don't care who you want to take. Anybody. Nobody's having a better season that's going to be in this conversation than Patrick Mahomes. So, yes, he's absolutely going to be the Comeback Player of the Year. And I'm guessing you disagree.
I think Malik Neighbors is going to be the Comeback Player of the Year. And here's why. Look, I think Patrick Mahomes is great. One of the greatest runs we've ever seen. It has been the start of his career right up until the injury. I get it. But this team still can't block. They still can't block for him. And that's still going to be a problem. They've done nothing to address this offensive line this offseason. You've got Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy who really don't strike fear into you. Your third option there is Tyquan Thornton at wide receiver. Your defense is still suspect at best. Like, I don't know what people are looking at when they say, oh, Patrick Mahomes. Just because he's Patrick Mahomes, because the name Patrick Mahomes. I'm telling you right now, Malik Neighbors, with this lineup, with the New York Giants, with this depth chart that they have, Malik Neighbors is suited to win the Comeback Player of the Year. Jackson Dart is going to have a fantastic season. I think Jackson Dart is a guy who can lead this team to a playoff berth. I think Cam Scatterbo coming back, having, hopefully at least, 10, 11 games with Cam Scatterbo by the time he gets back, unless he's going to be ready for the beginning of the season. But Malik Neighbors, having Darnell Mooney on this roster now, I think that's going to help him a lot. That's going to open some things up for him. Isaiah Likely on this roster is going to open some things up for him. And the way that the offensive line is so much better than what Kansas City's is. I think you're going to see a 1,500-plus yard season out of Malik Neighbors. I think you could see a 10-plus touchdown season from Malik Neighbors. And I think the Giants are going to the playoffs, and I think Kansas City misses the playoffs again with a full season from Patrick Mahomes.
Wow. A full season. Mahomes doesn't get hurt. He plays a full season. They miss the playoffs again, and he does not win Comeback Player of the Year.
That offensive line is trash, Pat. What have they done to improve the offensive line? That was the problem with the offense the last 2 seasons. They couldn't protect Patrick Mahomes. He was running for his life. We saw it in that Super Bowl that they played in. That's why, Seattle, or not Seattle, who was it that ran all over them? Philadelphia. That Philadelphia Eagles defense was phenomenal in that Super Bowl, and they murdered Patrick Mahomes in that offensive line. They dominated that offensive line. And then it happened again all season last year. They could not protect Patrick Mahomes to save their lives, and this offensive line has not gotten better. They've done nothing to address it. They focus mostly on defense in this offseason, and it's still going to be a problem. Patrick Mahomes is really, really good. But one, you're limited on weapons. And two, they can't block for him. It's a problem, especially in that division. With the edge rushers you're going up against, that's a problem. Kansas City Chiefs are not going to be a playoff team again this year.
I disagree. I think Mahomes, for years, we saw him take, and I know for a couple of years he had Tyreek Hill, prime Tyreek Hill. But also we've seen Patrick Mahomes take receivers with not that much talent and rise them up. And I know Kelsey was in his prime and he's no longer in his prime. I think Kenneth Walker is going to be a massive weapon for them this year. And I think either one of Rashee Rice or Xavier Worthy's going to have 1,500 yards. And the offensive line, they couldn't protect him. They also were banged up all season. I know that they didn't do much to address it, but if you get a healthy Josh Simmons coming back this year, their left tackle who they picked in the first round this past season, again, he was playing well. He's away from the team for a little bit, and then he got hurt and ended up missing the last several games. They were down to like their fourth string tackle. I mean, look at the Chargers. I know the Chargers made the playoffs, but then they get into the playoffs and they get smoked because their offensive tackles were hurt. So if their offensive line is healthy.
They're out of division schedule. They're out of division opponents this year. In Kansas City, they're going to face New England. The Jets, not a big deal. Cardinals, probably not a big deal. But the 49ers and the Colts. And then away, they have to go to Buffalo. They have to go to Miami, which is always a sneaky tough place to play at. They have to play the Rams. They have to go to L.A. to play the Rams. They have to go to Seattle to play the Seahawks. They have to go to Cincy to play the Bengals. I mean, they are playing some stout defenses on the road in some really tough places to win. I'm telling you right now, I can't wait for the odds to come out after the schedule release because I will bet no for the Kansas City Chiefs to miss the playoffs. I will bet them to miss the playoffs, and I guarantee you I'm going to get significant plus money on that.
Wow. Well, I mean, look, that's a hot take either way, man. It was a hot take last year, and I know one of my colleagues, one of my former colleagues at the old network said the Chiefs were going to miss the playoffs, and everybody thought he was crazy.
Said it too.
And then you did say it too?
Yes, I said it on our show. You don't listen to me.
All right, Combs. Sorry, I wasn't here until January. The end of December.
No, I said it on our show with Marash when we were doing our preview.
Oh, on our Sunday morning show, you did say the Chiefs were going to miss the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got, onset dementia. I forget some things. Okay. Wait for
by the
hot
way,
or cold
there's been
tomorrow.
2 more goals scored in that game so far. It's 3-1 now. Anaheim over Edmonton.
Oh my gosh. Well, that series has been on crack in terms of all the goals that have been scored in the first couple of games. You had 7, 10, 11, 7. Wow. All right. Well, you set up for a fantastic rest of your Thursday sports night with that game, with the Nuggets and the T-Wolves. Thanks to everybody that called in. Thanks to everybody that joined the show. Thanks to Mark Malusis. Thanks to Bob Nightingale, our guest. And thanks to Brandon Combs. Thanks to Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll, Chloe Pratt, my co-host Brad Evans, and Monty. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow right here, 6 p.m. Eastern. BetMGM tonight.